What is up, everybody? Happy Father's Day. Sorry, here we go. Let me try to fix that. Happy Father's Day, everybody. Happy Sunday, and welcome to another episode of the Black Line Brief. I'm your host, Matthew McKim, and happy you guys are all here. Hopefully, let's see, Dulcinea. Hey, Jim Carey. How's it going? The Tile Smith. Was it Natalie? Stole my husband's Jeep. Lady Luck. What's up, everybody? Let's see. Sonia Moore, what's up? Mystic, how's the audio and video? Everything sound and look good? I mean, I can't do much with this. This is just how this is. But everything else, how does everything else sound and look? All right. As you guys come in, please do me a favor and smash the like and the subscribe. It's the best way to help support the channel. I really appreciate it. And another thing you guys could do, because I got some messages from people that they weren't notified the other day when I went live. They didn't get the notification. So always just, if you can, if you would, you don't have to do it right now, but just make sure to check that you are still subscribed to the channel and that you have the notification bell turned to all notifications. So like here, let me point this up. Well, the little bell, I know that's just a symbol of the bell, right? Wait, where is it? It's on this side. It's just, wait, where is it? The symbol of the bell. But on YouTube, when you click the bell to be notified, you have to click all so that it notifies you when I go live. I only go live once a day, so you're not going to be bombarded with notifications for me. I do not do shorts. I might end up having another YouTube channel for shorts by itself. But I won't do that on here. It's just a personal thing. This is for my long form shows. And so you won't get bombarded with notifications and posts from me. The only time I do a post is like if I'm not doing a show, or sometimes like if I'm doing a special show, I'll notify you guys ahead of time. But other than that, you won't get a lot of notifications from me. Okay, so Father's Day. Reflecting on me being a dad. And, I didn't have a dad growing up. And, oh, hey, Mom. My mom might be watching. I've finally taught her. I figured out how to get her to find the YouTube channel and be able to be here live. So my mom might be here live. Hi, Mom. Love you. Glad you can join and see me live. And Pops, I don't know if Pops is here. Happy Father's Day, Dad. I talked to him already and said Happy Father's Day, but I'm saying it here as well. But looking back at Charlie's life and legacy and what they're trying to turn it into, right? Let's see. I wrote something. Let me see if I can do it. All right. I'm not good at this stuff, but we'll see. So I believe that Charlie Kirk's true legacy is not Turning Point USA. It's not his speeches, his social media following, or his like political battles that he's fought. I think his true legacy is the people that he's met, influenced, changed their lives, the conversations that he's had, the minds that he's challenged and changed, and the family that he loved. Right? Organizations can be changed. Political movements can rise and fall. Social media posts can be deleted, like we're seeing happen right now. They're erasing Charlie's videos. They're editing them. They're changing them, right? Videos can disappear. We're seeing that too with like him and Candace Owens and other videos that used to be up and aren't up anymore, or videos that they never even put up, like the Aspen video, right? And narratives could be rewritten. The narrative about his life, what his focus was, what he cared about most. Mainly too, like the last year of his life. The narrative about Charlie's last year has been completely hijacked by Zionists, by his wife, by Erica Kirk, by TPUSA and everyone there, like Mikey McCoy, Andrew Colvett, Blake Neff, all of these fake pastors like Jack Hibbs, Rob McCoy, Frank Turek, and James Cadiz, they'd have you believe that Charlie's legacy was Philly above all, and that he had unwavering, unshaking, to the very end support for Philly. So narratives could be rewritten, and we're seeing that happen right now. Charlie's the last year of his life is being completely rewritten, right? But the impact a person has like Charlie on other human beings cannot be erased on the individual level, right? Well, and you can see it collectively of like all the people that turned out, in numbers in support after his assassination, whether that be at the memorial or online, or people that gave their life to Christ or returned to church after the assassination. Clearly, Charlie affected a lot of people's lives directly, very, very specifically. And every young person, right, inspired to become more engaged in the political life, or every friend he encouraged, every life he touched, every moment he invested in Erica and his children, I would say that's his legacy. Charlie Kirk, as a husband and a father, is his legacy. And yes, Erica can even mess with that and tell us lies about what he wrote, what letters he wrote, what he wanted, what he said. And they're all doing that at TPUSA. They're all telling us private conversations, phone calls, text messages, letters that's Charlie sent them and had with them. And they're going to tell us what he said, but they'll never show us. Right? But I would say his real legacy is the man of God that he was, the Christian example, the Christian man of God that he was, and the husband and father that he was. Even though I don't like his partner, right? I'm not fond of Erica. The thing is, when he was still around, when he was still alive, I didn't really see her a lot though, like I didn't watch the Young Women's Leadership Summit movie show videos until after the assassination. Like I watched Charlie Kirk by himself clips, like either on his show, debates that he had, other shows that he went on, or his campus tours. I never watched Erica. I knew who she was. I knew of her. I saw photos of her. I'd never seen her publicly speak. I'd never heard her opinions. I honestly just thought, like, it's Charlie's wife. She's got to be a good woman, like Charlie picked her. I was like, she's got to be a good Christian, a good wife, and a good mother. That was just my assumption, honestly. I think I was wrong about that. Let's see. Yeah, the question at the center for tonight's discussion is going to be, what happens when a man's legacy becomes an institution, right? When they try to say Charlie Kirk's legacy is TPUSA, what happens when the people left behind, right, must decide whether to preserve his vision or take it in a different direction, like we've seen them do, right? If Charlie Kirk were sitting in a room today and asked what mattered most at the end of his life, would he point to follower counts or speaking engagements, fundraising totals, and headlines, kind of like Erica Kirk does? Or would he point to his family? Would he point to his children who called him dad? Right? Would he point to the people he loved and the people who loved him most? I think the answer to that question tells us everything we need to know about Charlie and his legacy. Tonight, we will be comparing Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk, not to erase Charlie's accomplishments, not to ignore Erica's role, but to ask difficult questions about leadership, priorities, family, and the future of the movement Charlie helped build, or pretty much built himself, right? Many supporters believe Charlie publicly emphasized family, fatherhood, marriage, faith, and personal responsibility as his foundational values. And he did. He did. Right? And many now question whether the direction of Turning Point USA reflects those same priorities. Yeah. Man, this is a long thing I wrote. I think I'll read the rest of it later. I don't want to be on my soapbox too long. I don't know how you guys like opening statements. I've never really done one. But I just felt it was important to kind of preface what tonight's show is going to be about and my point of view. So let's see. I don't know how you guys liking it. Let me see how far I got in it. Hold on. Let's see. Let me erase this because I'm done with that. Yeah, I want to finish it. Fatherhood, family, marriage. Let's see. Foundational values. Let me erase that and then I can finish it. Sorry. This is a new thing for me. All right. Yeah, so others believe that the organization is simply adapting to a new reality and carrying Charlie's work forward in a different way. Not us. All right. Those questions deserve discussion. The measure of a man is not what he accumulates. It is what he leaves behind. And Charlie left behind his family, his friendships, memories, convictions, and a generation of people who were affected by his life. Whether you agreed with him or disagreed with him, that impact is undeniable. That is his legacy. Not the controversy, not the arguments, not the politics, not the people. However, there's been a lot of controversy about all of that after the fact. All right. Let's start out here with a clip from Charlie.
Young adult. I'm in the service, and I have my wife here with me, and we're about to have a kid. So, yeah, you see how we're about to. Yeah, so it's gonna be obviously, you know, it's gonna be my first kid. I'm nervous like a normal parent, but one of the biggest things that's, things that's weighing on my conscience as I'm about to be a dad, is just the environment I'm raising my kid in. So, like, I was lucky to be born in a time where it was less, chaotic with all these like gender this, gender that, LGBT, A, B, C, D, whatever you want to call it. Like, all that stuff was not as relevant when I was growing up, but my kid, is about to come into a time where I feel like we're fighting to know what man and woman is. And that's something that's like super basic to me growing up. So like me as a dad, the last thing I want to do is to hear my son come back to me saying, hey dad, I'm going to a college to hear about what a man and woman is. Even though, 15 years down the line, I'm like, yeah, I did that back when I was, age or whatever. So like, that's my biggest question is like, how do I have the confidence in knowing that the life that I'm about to bring into this world is something that I can at least control to some point? God controls everything, but Amen. Something I can control at some point where I don't have him going, having to fight these trials or these weird people out here.
What a great question. Isn't that just terrific? I love that. I'm a new father. We have a 20-month-old, so I'm by no means an expert, but you'll learn that kids spell love Time. And that's one of the most important things that as a father, every minute of time that you can spend is valuable and precious, right? It's not as easy. You might have to, serve and be deployed and all that. It's the most important thing you can do. Remember, the scriptures tell us children are a blessing of the Lord, and you are the guardian of that child, right? Which means you must protect that child from outside influences. There are 3 types of people in this world. There are predators, there are infants, and the protectors of infants. You fall into one of those 3 categories. So you're about to welcome an infant into the world. And especially as the head of the household, the male, you must constantly be looking at the threats, right? You must constantly be looking at the attack vectors, because there is a growing, unregulated, unchecked community of predators in this country that are coming after children younger and younger and younger. And it's you as the father to instill values from a very young age. And so I'm by no means an expert, but I could tell you this. I have seen over many years parents that have brought their kids to turning point events, parents that have exposed their kids these ideas, and it bears fruit. The earlier you introduce them to these ideas, the earlier you get them excited about Jesus and the word and the scriptures. And the final thing is, the creepy thing that I've learned, not creepy, is how much even an 18-month mimics the parent's behavior.
Yep.
And how much that they are in the mold. Everything you do, from what you say to how you act. So not as if there's like enough pressure already on you, right? Right? But look at that as like, I got to be the best version of myself. And as soon as you get married, you are no longer a boy and you become a man. But when you become a father, a whole different thing comes in, right? Because becoming a husband is awesome, and that you'll always have that. Father is like a different level, right?
Yeah.
And balancing the paranoia.
So let's touch on that, right? He kind of even just pointed that out right there. Like, being a husband is one thing, right? And that's great, right? But being a father is a whole nother level. And I agree. And so in the hierarchy of what Charlie felt important, and yes, he said you're married to your wife first and then your children like second, but pointing out that responsibility, right, for these little living versions of you that can't fend and protect themselves and need you for everything is a very, very high responsibility. And I think Charlie took that very seriously. Ultimately, I think that's why he worked so very hard every day, was to provide for them and to fight for a country that they would inherit as adults one day. The fact that they are sponges and they soak up everything, whether you think that they're paying attention or not. Behavior, thought processes is all learned. Yes, there's innate things we all have in us, whether we're male or female, but so much of who we become has to do with our father and mother in those early years. And now that Charlie's gone, they just have Erica. And not even that. Who knows how often she's home, how much she's pouring into them or not. I would have to say, I think she's neglected her ultimate responsibility to Charlie Kirk, because those children are theirs. That is so much more of a legacy of Charlie than Turning Point USA. And I can't believe, by her choosing to take on the role as CEO and to, run TPUSA, it showed it within days, 48 hours, she made that decision. It showed that she felt that was more important than the children, because she has said herself, CEOs, corporate women that are high up in the corporate ladder and have young children, you can't balance that. She said it's a myth, it's an illusion, it's impossible. And that would be if you had a partner that would be taking 50-50 of the responsibility. But to make a decision within 48 hours that you would just, without even questioning or praying or thinking, reflecting, meditating, fasting, seeking counsel on it, just deciding to do it and choosing to do it, it showed that was way more important to her than staying home and raising the children, even though that was one of Charlie's most important things to him, was his children. In fact, one of the last things he said to her was no. When she asked, do you want me to come with you? He said, no, you're needed at home. Your role is at home. You need to stay home with the kids. How did she not take that as one of his dying wishes? How did she take that over this BS statement? Erica would run CEO or run Turning Point, would do a great job, be CEO. How did she take that and not, no, your role, one of the last things he said, you're needed at home. Yeah. We're going to look at a lot of clips tonight. I have a lot of good things to show you. One of the things I want to show you at the outset is Baron Coleman just had a dear friend of his, pass away due to illness. Not because they lived a long life. So, it was unexpected, obviously, because the person is still, was in his like 50s or something like that. But it was expected in the sense that he had been struggling with illness for a long time. But nonetheless, it wasn't at a ripe old age. And so it was a tragedy when anyone's life is cut short for any reason. And in that comparison, his surviving widow with children and her response was what we've been wanting from Erica Kirk. I'm going to play the clip where Baron reads the letter from his friend's surviving spouse, his widow. And honestly, this kind of blew my mind to juxtapose it with Erica Kirk and her response. So this man just passed away like within the last week. And this is his wife's response as to what's important to her, what matters most, her focus, what she's going to do with her time. If time is finite, and her and her children both said they would give anything for more time with their dad and with her husband. Erica Kirk has her kids and is choosing to spend extraordinarily less amount of time with them by running Turning Point, by doing all these speaking engagements, traveling all over the United States, right? Accepting the Air Force Education Academy board seat, going to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, going, the State of the Union that she went to without the kids. All of these engagements, speaking engagements and appearances that she's done over this last 10 months, all could have been done without her. They didn't need her there. But guess what place needed her most? Her home, her children, to help process the grief, to feel secure and safe in the home, because dad's gone now. Charlie's never coming home. And now Erica's gone, like a lot. I don't know how much exactly, but a lot. So let's listen to Baron Coleman read his friend's widow's letter that she gave him permission to read. And I thought it was a very important thing to compare this widow's response, words, feelings, thoughts, and compare that to Erica Kirk. So let's take a look.
This was gorgeous.
I agree.
I keep searching for the words to express my gratitude, but nothing feels sufficient. All I keep thinking about is how this gives me the greatest gift.
Okay, they're talking about the money that Baron was able to raise with the GoFundMe for this family, and that this money afforded her the ability to do the things that she's about to say. And think about that. Money for this surviving widow is allowing her to not have to rush back to work, is allowing her to spend more time with the kids and with the family, to grieve, to heal, to accept and go through the 5 stages of grief. Erica Kirk didn't need a GoFundMe. However, she raised $20 million personally. She didn't make the GoFundMe. I know like Tucker Carlson did one. Other people just donated. But just personally, Erica Kirk received like $18 to $20 million in the wake of the assassination. She did not need to go to work and become CEO and take over the organization for any kind of, financial necessity to provide for the family. She was fine, but she chose it anyway, and she chose it immediately. She was doing work Zoom calls immediately. And I just thought that was insane.
Time is precious. Becomes deeply personal when you lose someone you love. This morning, my oldest was processing his emotions and said, quote, "I would sacrifice anything for time,
Yeah.
more time, even just 1 minute.
Yeah.
Over the past week, I've repeatedly wished for this same thing. While we can't have more time with him here on earth, we've been given the gift of time to grieve, process, and heal together.
Together. To grieve, process, and heal together. Charlie Kirk's parents live in Chicago and Illinois. Erica Kirk's mother is ailing and old and sick. I don't know what relationships she has with other family members in Arizona. Charlie Kirk's sister, I don't think, lives in Arizona. Who was around the children early on? Coworkers? Strangers? Stacy Sheridan? What's the other girl's name? Melina Minez or whatever her name is. Mikey McCoy, Elizabeth McCoy, Andrew Colvett, Blake Neff. Erica chose not to spend a significant amount of time with her children. She chose that. She didn't take time before accepting the position of CEO. She didn't say, I really appreciate your vote of confidence in me. But my children are very young and they just lost their father. It wouldn't be right of me to rob them of their only surviving parent and take on a responsibility that will take me away from them at least 300 to 350 days a year. I need to help them. I need to be with them. We need to grieve together. And then maybe in a year, maybe in 2 years, maybe never. Maybe the timing would never be right. But if it is, maybe then I could accept, the position as CEO. But for now, I need to honor my responsibilities that I promised Charlie, that my number one priority as a young Christian mother would be to raise the children in the ways of the Lord, to love them, comfort them, teach them, care for them, to be with them. And even more now than ever, because now Charlie's gone and all they have is me now. She didn't do that. She immediately, without hesitation, accepted a job that was going to take her away from the two people that needed her most, Gigi and Mac. And she didn't need the money. She didn't need the money. TPUSA would have been fine. In fact, it might have been better. A lot of the image that's been destroyed has been because she's taken over and what she's done and the decisions and choices she's made as CEO. She said that she wouldn't let the left burn it down, that without her coming in, TPUSA could have, all been destroyed. Is that really more important? What's more important? Your kids' well-being, their mental health, their emotional health, their feeling of safety and security? Is that not more important than whether or not TPUSA survives? Charlie would have picked the kids. If he had to choose, he would have picked the kids.
Because of friends, family, and thousands of strangers, I'll have more time to grieve and to just be sad. More time to help my kids process their grief and talk about the hope of heaven. More time to tell stories about Daddy and how much he loved us. More time to lean into God for strength. Time that won't be consumed by fear and worry about tomorrow, but instead spent loving the ones closest to me. Is there a greater gift than that? If you donated to our family, even just $1, thank you. In a world that feels ugly at times, let this be a reminder that there is still so much good, and God is in the midst of all of it. I'll be praying that God blesses each of you tenfold. Christ is King.
Amen. Christ is King. Can you imagine if Erica Kirk would have done that? Obviously not in a letter, but in some sort of public statement. Like if we were to have found out that the board had asked her to be CEO and she made a public statement like that, or she made a private statement just to the board of that, and then it got out to us. But that However, it made its way to us that we found out that she was offered the position and she turned it down because she chose Charlie and her kids over TPUSA. Can you imagine what that would have done? We'd be in a totally different reality right now. It's crazy. I thought that was just such an insane like contrast between how this mother and widow responded to losing her husband and how Erica Kirk has responded. You know? Yeah. Our prayers are with that family. Let's go to the next Charlie Kirk clip.
Becoming a father has radicalized me in the best way possible, by the way. And it's made me, first of all, understand that what I'm fighting for is beyond even yourself, which is so important. Secondly, it also makes me very fired up at anybody, any institution, any movement that would dare try to corrupt our children. And
which is crazy because TPUSA now is trying to do that. But they're doing it like under the mask of Christianity and that they're really not trying to do that, right? But they're pushing very specific agendas that Charlie wasn't in line with before.
it's a source of immense joy and meaning and beauty. And it's also a source of motivation and purpose. I encourage more young people to get married and have kids and reject hookup culture. You'll be happier because of it.
I agree. Let's see. I have the next one. I think it's this one. Yeah, here we go. 301. What am I at? Like 3. We'll go right there. Let me make sure it's on the screen. All right, cool. Where is it? There it is.
So there's a lot of things going on here. The first and foremost is we do not value the ultimate thing. And that the ultimate thing should be loving God, loving people, and raising children in a society that follows God's commands against the culture, not in consistency with the culture, to stand, on my opinion, on eternal truths, fight for the country, fight for our civilization, and then also understand that you, especially as men, but women as well, you are obligated to do difficult and hard things. The West was built, our nation was built on delayed gratification, not instant gratification. That maybe I'm not going to go do what feels good in the moment. I'm going to forsake what feels good, and I'm going to parlay that into the future. Now, let's talk about this. So the dating pool is a complete catastrophe. Men are unhappy with women. Women are unhappy with men. And you're both wrong. Let's start with men. Men, very simple. If you are spending inordinate amount of times staring at screens, playing video games, and not being active and productive, that is deeply unattractive to women. Women, do you agree? If you are addicted to pornography or watching porn.
By the way, this is a chapter leads summit. So this would be the chapter leads for TPUSA.
No, stop doing that. If you are doing drugs and smoking weed, stop doing that. And I'll even go a step further. I personally do not drink alcohol. If you want to drink alcohol, that's fine. If you want to do that, that's fine. But if you want to be a high performer, Donald Trump doesn't drink alcohol. Tucker Carlson doesn't drink alcohol.
Correct.
I don't drink alcohol.
Neither do
it
I.
will set you back.
It does.
Mornings will be a little bit more sluggish.
Yep.
You'll forget stuff. Nothing good happens after midnight while both parties are drunk.
Yep.
So if you want to have a life of ease, go keep drinking. But if you want to go do heroic and great stuff,
yeah,
maybe it's time for you to battle your flesh and not just always get drunk every single night and say, you know what? No, instead of drinking alcohol, I'm going to go to the gym.
Yeah.
Instead of drinking alcohol, I'm going to hang out with friends and talk about deeper, more purposeful things. I'm going to go to a Bible study instead of a bar.
Yeah.
Now,
All right, let me go to the next one. Let's see. 11:22. I have some other stuff, guys, that's going to be mind-blowing in a little bit. I'm just starting us out with a couple clips of Charlie, okay?
That went on adventure. If the most important thing for you is just feeling good, you're going to end up miserable. But if the most important thing is doing good, you will end up purposeful. Purpose will give you happiness. You see, we live in a country where they...
And what is like a parent's ultimate purpose? A father's ultimate purpose, right? Like every decision I make is put through the lens of how will this affect my wife and my children? Will this better their life? Will this impact them in a negative or positive way? And I've gotten pretty extreme with that in the sense that, like, I'm very intentful for everything I put in my body. That's including my mind, in my ears, right? And my mouth as well. Like, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs. Your health, your investment in your health is also an investment in your future to be around longer in your kids and your grandkids' lives. And living a purposeful life. Yeah. And the purpose when you become a husband and father is to live for them. Obviously, above all, you live for God. Okay. But in the context of Father's Day, right? And you can't be a father without a wife. I mean, I get you can, but the traditional way. Where'd it go?
They think that purpose, where they think that happiness is pleasure. We know that purpose is above all of this.
Yes.
Serving God.
Yes.
Understanding why we are here, that we are made in his image, that there is a struggle of good versus evil. By the way, you're involved in that struggle every single day on the college campuses. Every day you get to fight for what is good and what is true and beautiful. So next time when you're on a college campus, and if you want to be a man, this is what you do. If you want to stay a boy, go and do what your other friends do. But men say, you know what? No, I'm actually not going to go hook up with a bunch of girls. I'm going to save myself for marriage.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not going to go do that. But if you want to go be a boy, go do that.
Yeah.
It takes no skill and no talent and no self-restraint whatsoever just to follow your flesh.
Yep.
An animal can do that. A dog can do that. Do you know what mature people do? Mature people say no to what feels good and they pursue what is good.
Yeah.
And far too often on college campuses, we have these grown boys. And I'm talking to a lot of you in this audience, and it's time for you guys to up your game.
Yeah.
It's time for you guys to stop doing just what feels good all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're just going to go get, blackout drunk till 2 a.m. and hook up with some stranger. No. If you want to stay in the lower standard, a miserable cycle of debt and suffering and depression, lack of community, go do that. Instead, on a Saturday night, say, you know what? I'm going to hang out with some friends that are not going to drink, are not going to, engage with this stuff. And then maybe on Sunday morning, I'm going to go to church or I'm going to go to mass. And then I'm going to go work out, and then I'm going to study. Who will be happier? You know I'm right.
Yeah.
Who will be happier come 12 high noon on Sunday?
Yeah.
The person that went crazy full of regrets, the person that went out late at night, trying to find the next 10-second orgasm, or the person that went to go after something holy or went after something divine. And if you are not, the final thing I'll say this to the men, and then we'll go to the women's side, which is you need to be consuming information, content, and community. Information, content, and community around you that lifts you up, does not tear you down.
Yeah.
You are an average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. List those people.
Think about that with Erica Kirk right now. Who do you think Erica Kirk is spending the most time with? It's no longer, even when Charlie was around, he was on the road a lot. It's not, her mom is sick, so it's not that. It's not his parents. It's not his sister. It's all the people at work, all the people at TPUSA that she's surrounded by. Alex Clark, Dana Lash, Laura Loomer. Who else? Andrew Colvett, Elizabeth McCoy, James Cadiz. Who else? Not people that I would be spending time with, that's for sure.
Who are the friends around you? Are they lifting you up? Or are they just talking about just quick, easy gratification? Because guess what? The fun will end at one time.
Yeah, well.
Eventually, you're going to get out of college, and the graduation ceremony will be underway, and you're handed that useless diploma, and you're then going to have to enter the world. And all of a sudden, if you're like 20 pounds more overweight, but you have a lot of good memories with the buddies because you guys got a lot really drunk, great, terrific, okay? The world is brutal right now.
Yeah, it is. All right, let's go to this one. Okay. You guys, and when I was preparing for this show, I have all these clips that we're going to go through and we're going to compare Charlie and Erica. But I found a clip of James Cadiz, and right when I was like done with everything for prep for the show and I played it, it's a video that no one's seen. And it's him about the BB letter. And it's like 6 or 7, 8 months ago. And like nobody's seen it. And it's insane. It's crazy to hear what he says. Do you guys want to hear it? Yay or nay? It's insane what he says about Charlie, about BB, about Philly, about the letter, about Erica. Play it. All right, let's freaking do it. Yeah, it's nuts. Oh, and I have old clips of Charlie. I didn't know Charlie came up here where I live often. He went to a church nearby, and I found the video of it. It's from 2020. And then I found another one of him with Rob McCoy up here. And he came up here to this church. And it's insane, some of the things that Rob says. And we'll look at that too. I found a lot of really good old clips that most people haven't seen of Charlie and of some of the people that are around Charlie, or, you know, were around Charlie, but are still around TPUSA and are shilling for Philly and shilling for TPUSA. It's freaking nuts. It's nuts. So this is going to give us a behind the scene look. And he got permission. He got permission from Erica to do this, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Good afternoon, folks. It is an absolutely beautiful day here in sunny Southern California. And the show that you are about to watch is an absolute long time coming. I want to make myself very clear. I have within my hand the letter that the New York Post first published from.
Okay, I'm going to say something out the gate, because when I was watching him, it's not a tick. Okay, him doing this, it's not a tick. All right. I actually think it's an indication of something much worse. Honestly. And you guys could disagree with me on this if you want, but I honestly think it's an indication of demonic oppression or possession. Not just that. I mean, in light of everything he's saying and everything he's doing, a godly, Christian, honest man wouldn't do these things. And to me, that's just one more indicator for me that something is really wrong with this dude.
My little brother, Charlie Kirk, to Bibi Netanyahu.
So he calls Charlie Kirk his little brother, right? Just like Rob McCoy and all these other, and he also calls himself Charlie's pastor. Well, I thought Rob McCoy had that title.
Now, you might notice that I did not comment on the letter immediately. Although I knew it was authentic, I did not comment on the letter immediately.
Oh, you're so good.
Because I did not feel like I had the liberty to do so.
Oh, so anyone that did comment on the letter without talking to Erica did take the liberty to do so, and they shouldn't have? You're so godly. You're so good, James.
Unless I was given freedom to do it by my dear sister, Erica Kirk. By the way, I want to make myself clear. Erica is an absolutely extraordinary woman.
Wow.
She is bold. She loves God with her whole heart. We're going to talk about her in a little while.
I know.
But I want to just first start off by simply saying that I am absolutely grateful that Erica has given me the permission
Oh, really?
to speak out. Now, a lot of people might say, well, James, why are you asking Erica for permission?
That's not my question, James. My question is, like, why would BB share the letter? Well, BB's evil, right? Like, what's up with all of these people that claim to be Charlie's friend? Charlie is not here anymore to tell us like a better explanation and intent of the letter. Okay. A letter's good. For the most part, you can get a feeling of like what the person is wanting to convey, but you don't get affect. You don't get tone. You can't read facial expressions. If they put, if they accentuate one part of it over the other. BB read one sentence out of a 7-page paper to tell us that Charlie was a supporter of Philly to the end. What does that say? You choose one sentence out of a 7-page letter and then didn't share the rest, right? And then, Candace and I think John Mappin and others were like, that's not what the letter said, BB. That's not what it said, my dude. And it's not. I mean, thank you so much. Always be true. Does James having hearing issues? Oh, does James have hearing issues? He yells too much. No, he doesn't have hearing issues. But yes, he does yell a lot. I agree. Is someone being a troll in here? Oh, well. There's going to be trolls.
You don't need anybody's permission to do anything. That's not true. It's absolutely not true. Why? Because I'm in this for the long haul.
Oh, okay. You're so
I love Erica with my whole heart.
We know.
As I love Charlie. I love the Kirk family.
Yeah.
And I truly believe that every single one of my actions can have a profound effect on things that relate to them because of my association with them. Which is why it's important for me to be.
There you go. So every single one of my actions can have a profound effect because of my association with them. Yeah, I agree, man. Like without Charlie Kirk ever like being associated with you and you freaking weaseling your way into his life, like, you'd be irrelevant, bro. The only reason why you and Frank Turek and Rob McCoy and these people, besides to the people that go to their churches, obviously they're relevant to the people that go to their churches and that know them personally. But for the majority of us that have never been to their churches and don't know them personally, they would have been and continued and maintained to be largely irrelevant to the world. Charlie made them who they are. Being on stage next to them. Charlie mentioning their name, and then Charlie dying and them telling everyone in the world they're Charlie's pastor. They're Charlie's best friend. I knew Charlie and Erica more than anyone else. And he's going to say that again. Yeah.
Able to be given the freedom to have a conversation about something, which by the way, is validated. This was a real letter. Now I want to make myself clear, and there's going to be more on this to come because it's important. And prepare yourself because this will be a longer show. We have to talk about the aspect of this letter that nobody is talking about. We have to talk about the spiritual component. And yes, I'm going to say it, the Bible prophecy component. There is
really
a prophetic component that is tied to this that is absolutely remarkable. Now, some of you might say, oh my goodness, James, you mean this is all part of Bible prophecy? To a large degree, yes, because it relates directly to the reestablishment of the nation of Israel as the Bible said would happen.
Oh, Charlie fulfilled biblical prophecy, guys, by writing this letter to BB. And it was to support Philly. Who knew? Who knew Charlie writing this letter in May of 25 telling BB like, look, bro, I'm not going to have you on my show, right? Well, first the letter goes out and he's like, this is what you need to do. You're losing the information war. You're losing the propaganda war. You're losing support in the United States. I also think Charlie was walking a line that I think biblically he felt that he needed to support the Holy Land, just like the Holy Land of Philly, where there's so many holy sites to our Christian faith and that are important, right, to the Philadelphian people, right, that are good, some of the just average citizens, just the normal people, not the ones that are wanting, harm to civilians in Iran and in Palestine and the whole war, not the crazy white right wingers that are equivalent to our neocons like Bibi and the Likud party and the political and the oligarch elite in Philly, but just the average people. I think that Charlie felt that there was a Christian biblical responsibility to support like the physical land, not the country, not the government of Philly. But I think he was trying to figure out how to still do that, but also be able to call out like their support for PDF aisles, right? That get to commit crimes here and then get asylum, or what is it called when they flee and they get protection back in Philly, and we can't extradite them back here to hold them accountable for the crimes that they committed, like that guy that did that, whatever it was in Vegas. Or what about Mossad agents that literally steal secrets and confidential classified secrets and then give it to Philly or give it to, Russia or someone else? What about all of the extremely financially wealthy Philadelphian, not religious, secular, social donors that are donating to our different politicians, whether that be through AIPAC or individually, like Miriam Adelson. Charlie was admonishing, a lot of these crazy left, Jewish people for completely destroying America. He said that on like numerous occasions on his show. And I think he was trying to figure out how to walk that line. Let me read this from Brian Carter real quick. So he believes all of Bible prophecy except the 330 plus prophecies regarding Jesus of Nazareth and the Messiah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Not so sure that Charlie completely understood the fact that when he wrote this letter, he would be used directly by God to fulfill God's purpose in the very matter that the prophets spoke about for thousands of years, yet never had the honor and the opportunity to be able to see.
That's disgusting, you guys. That is a level of disgusting that this is what makes me think this guy's demonic, okay? He's saying that Charlie's letter is fulfillment of Bible prophecy in that it was going to be used to defend and support Philly, their right to exist, right? And now he's going to use it as propaganda for Christians and change the narrative that he's using this as evidence that Charlie wasn't wavering in his support for Philly. That's what he's doing, right? Because that was the biggest thing that started to come out about Charlie back in September, October, November, December. That Charlie and Candace released the texts. Remember, then TPUSA, Josh Hammer, Rabbi Wolicki, and others came out and said, no. Charlie was not wavering in his support. He was a steadfast supporter of Philly to the very end. Candace is like, what about these texts? What about the people that I spoke to and other people that told me at the Hamptons he was being pressured? He was being threatened. He turned down money from Bibi. Bibi asked if he'd come on the show. He said no. Bibi tried to give him money. He said no. What about the text that says, you guys leave me no choice. I'm leaving the pro-Philadelphian cause. I'm done. What about him going moderating with Josh Hammer and Dave Smith destroying him, telling Tucker to go Max, having Megyn Kelly on and everything they said, he for sure was changing. And you guys want to know, I think as time goes on, the more we see how they treat Tucker and Candace about everything regards to Philly, in my opinion, it is proving that this is why they are the number one suspects in Charlie's assassination. The way that they're treating Christians who don't support them, that are public figures, whether that be Meghan, Pierce Morgan, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens, there's no way they could have got away with that with Charlie. They were trying to, and it was backfiring because everyone knew that Charlie wasn't those things. The only way that they could stop the damage that Charlie was going to inflict with him changing his tune on Philly, the only thing that would work would be to take him out, because they couldn't blackmail him. They couldn't bribe him. They couldn't get him in a compromised situation. They couldn't let him be. Kick him out of TPUSA, have the board vote him out, take away all the money. Doesn't matter. He would just do what Candace and Tucker did. He would, and Meghan, he would just go start his own channel and be more successful than ever. And if you see the recent attacks on like Pierce Morgan and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, and it's all coming from people that are like paid or at least propped up by Philly. And it's all about Philly. That's all it's about. This is their number one issue. They know that this is a big issue, losing our support. Whatever they have planned, even more than what we've seen now, whatever's coming down the pike is so important that they have to spend all this time, money, and energy with the FARA filings, the show faith by works, propaganda, geotagging and tracking people in church, in all the TPUSA events, in Christian universities, all the attacks. And, they had to pay and get all these influencers on their payroll to be pushing their pro-Philadelphian agenda. All of that means this is like really, really on their top important list. And Charlie would have destroyed that. Charlie being one of the most, steadfast supporters for the most part of Philly until 2025 mainly. He had spoken out little bits here and there, but really in 2025 it went to a new level. Him doing that continually would have been, I think it just would have fast tracked the downfall, and it would have been instantaneous. Like it would have been immediate. I guarantee you they were already seeing negative effects from the summer of 25 up until September. Right? Yeah. From the SAS event, right? The Student Action Summit with Tucker and Meghan, the Josh Hammer, Dave Smith debate, and everything else, right? He did the sit down with the students. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Folks, I want everybody to understand something, because it's critical that we have this conversation. What many of the people are doing online shows an extreme void within their hearts and within their minds. And you might ask, okay, James, what void is that? Well, the void is simple. It is a void of biblical wisdom.
Really?
It's a void of real direction that's inspired by the Spirit of God.
Yeah.
To speak about things that actually matter.
Charlie's assassination doesn't matter. Who killed Charlie Kirk doesn't matter. He's going to talk about that, you guys. It's insane. This is not just about the letter. This is about Erica Kirk, her belief that Tyler Robinson is the lone gunman. Like, this video is insane.
Can I just throw a few examples of this out that I think are really important? And then we're going to get to the biblical side of this.
Oh, yeah.
And then we're going to get into the letter. And folks, I'm telling you this right now. Share this with as many people as you can.
Oh, we will.
Because I'm telling you, you are going to get a side of this that nobody has seen, that nobody is talking about, that isn't being published. There are no conversations being had about it. But I'm going to give it to you because I think it's important and I think it needs to be had.
Yeah. Okay.
But a lot of people right now in the current moment are being blinded. Very much so.
By who?
By the God of this world.
Oh.
Now, we've talked about this.
Oh.
We've gone through the book of Corinthians where we've said how it works. how when people who are unregenerate
That's us.
do not pay attention to the world that they seem to want to claim they're combating. This happens in the conservative movement all the time.
Seems like you're doing that.
They're walking into a realm that they are completely ill-equipped to be able to handle. Guys, one of the most extraordinary moments that I think I have had in an extremely long time was being at the Charlie Kirk memorial service. Now, I'm going to say there were so many amazing moments in that service. By far, in my opinion, the most effective speaker of that day was none other than Erica Kirk. She was fully filled with the Spirit of God when she did what she did. And
if you guys just want to know whether or not you should believe this man when he speaks, just listen to that. The most powerful or eloquent, I forget what he said, but the best speaker at the memorial is Erica Kirk. I mean, did you see the lineup? Everyone else sucked too. So, I mean, oh, no. Wait. There was one. By far, there was one that actually was a good speaker. Tucker Carlson. Frank Turk spoke. Mikey McCoy spoke, right? JD Vance, Trump. But Erica Kirk was the best. Give me a break. Give me a break, dude.
I know that for a fact because she took extraordinary measures to be prepared for the spiritual aspect of what was going on.
Oh, okay.
But I was in a stadium filled with incredibly well-meaning people who absolutely are fighting for elements of goodness in this country that have absolutely no awareness of the spiritual components that they are now beginning to engage in.
Okay.
We've talked about this before.
Yeah.
We've talked about the commentators that are going online and making all kinds of assertions that are fundamentally predicated upon false ideas.
Who are you talking about?
But they're doing it believing that what they're doing is for the good, when in reality, all they're doing is harming everybody involved.
Hey, I mean, you claim, like, you have a lot of experience. You see that fuzzy thing in front of you? It's a mic. You don't have to yell. You just talk into it, and it amplifies your voice for you. Did you not know that? Oh, no. You're screaming, bro. You know, we're all right here.
We could throw out the spiritual component for 1 second. We could just throw it out. We could say, you know what? Forget the spiritual component, even though the spiritual component is the main issue here. We could just completely throw that out.
Throw it out.
And if we did, we could go through the practical side of this and show you how completely ridiculous many of these assertions are and how damaging they are, not only to the family of Charlie Kirk, but to the legacy of Charlie Kirk. And if you claim to be a friend of Charlie, if you claim to be close to the family, the vision, the purpose, the mission, you just won't do it.
Bro, you're a tool, dude. He's gaslighting us. What the heck? So Candace and all of us that care about Charlie, and we're like, not a 30-06. I don't know how many times I need to watch that to be like, that doesn't make sense. That's not what I saw. But so we have questions about the official narrative. We know, like Charlie said, ask questions. It's the only thing that keeps you free. He said, don't trust your government. This government, there was no systemic change when Trump took over. There was no time frame where when they got in there and they were like, oh my gosh, we found a lot of corruption. We have to prune this thing and we got to fix this thing because it's pretty bad. No. They just took over. And a lot of the people that are in high positions of the different parts of the government, they didn't change. Oh, but now trust the FBI. Now trust the DOJ. Now trust Pam Bondi and Dan Bongino and Kash Patel. Okay. Yeah, people in authority now tell the truth because it's you guys. Okay. The official narrative makes this much sense. And the fact that Erica Kirk could have forgive Tyler Robinson immediately and then say there's a mountain of evidence, right? And when Barry Weiss said, do you really believe that Tyler? Yes, I do. Why? Because it's just that simple. Why do you think people believe in conspiracy theories? Oh, because they think it just can't be that simple because it's just too easy. I know I'm paraphrasing, but nonetheless. So we don't love Charlie. we don't care about Charlie, his family, his legacy. In fact, we're evil and we want to destroy it because we're asking questions and we're trying to figure out what really happened to Charlie. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
You won't do what you're doing right now.
Oh.
I'll give you one example of this. There's a bunch of wild assertions now being made that the person who took Charlie's life is not the real person who did it, that it's everybody else except him.
No, not everybody else, dude. Nice straw, man. We just know it's not Tyler. We believe, at least, I believe, that Tyler wasn't on the Losi Center roof with his grandpappy's rifle at 12:23 and like 30 seconds, and that there was, a 30 caliber round in there with engravings on it that he put in, right, loaded, and that he took the shot. Yeah, we don't believe that, but we do believe that there was a larger conspiracy, all to include people at TPUSA, his security team, people in government, people in our federal government, intel agencies, FBI, the Mossad, and people in Philly, people in Philadelphia. Holy smokes. Yeah, let me hit play.
The problem with that is, let's just make a general assumption that you are incorrect in your assertion. God forbid that you would be wrong.
What if
and let's just pretend that the facts as have been presented are actually legitimate. Now, in the moment, we've got the fog of war. We're not looking at everything that's happening. We don't know the whole thing because the dust is still settling. The fog of war is still extreme.
I mean, that same thing could be said about you guys, dude. But like, we know a pretty good amount of what happened, or at least what didn't happen.
So some details may be wrong in the course of the investigation, and as those details are beginning to surface, you are going out and you're making wild assertions with respect to the presumption of guilt versus the presumption of innocence. Now, I'm not going to let the law school in me come out and start getting into all kinds of legal mumbo jumbo, but I do want to simply say,
why is it that so many of these pastors were lawyers? What's up with that? What's up with that? That's not, I don't know. That's not a good sign, in my opinion.
This, in the United States of America.
What are most politicians first? Lawyers. Okay. All right.
In a court of law, there is a presumption of innocence when an accusation is being made with respect to a criminal act.
What do you think saying that you forgive someone of something implies? That they're guilty? Okay. So to forgive someone of something, they'd first need to be guilty of it. So what is one of the worst things someone could do publicly in front of millions of people to dilute, if not destroy, someone's presumption of innocence? For the widow to get up there and forgive him? Yeah, that implies guilt. Yeah.
It is the obligation for the one who brings the persecution, the prosecution, forgive me for saying that, the prosecution, it is upon them, it is incumbent upon them to do something very, very important. And that is this. That is to prove the guilt of the person who they are condemning.
That's you guys. You guys are doing that with Tyler. You need to prove, you and the prosecution in the state of Utah, the federal government, and all of you at TPUSA, prove Tyler Robinson's guilt. You haven't. You guys have proved that he's a patsy.
And here's the legal terminology.
Yep.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
We got a lot of.
Now, I'm not going to get into a legal dogma discussion, and I'm not going to get into the education as into what reasonable doubt means. The definition of reasonable doubt is not necessarily subjective. Quite frankly, it's very objective.
Yeah, there's a lot of doubt here, buddy.
There is a narrow scope by which
all right, hold on.
Those people who think they're doing everybody a favor, they're contributing to allowing the person who took his life to no longer be dealt with justly.
Oh.
Because you, as well-meaning as you may be, which, by the way, quite frankly, many of these people I don't think are well-meaning. I think they're actually nefarious.
Oh, we're nefarious.
What they're actually doing is they are greatly contributing
Yeah.
to the freeing of a guilty man.
Wait, I thought you just said he had a presumption of innocence. This is what's so insane with these guys. He just got finished saying that, and as a former lawyer, right, what the presumption of innocence is, right? So he's presumed innocent right now. And then you then in the next sentence say that us asking questions about Tyler Robinson's guilt or innocence, or asking very good questions of who else might have been guilty of this or conspired with a group of people to carry this out. You then say that everything we're doing is going to free a guilty man. Okay, so no presumption of innocence for Tyler then? He's guilty? Okay, all right. Just want to make that, I'm glad we got that cleared up.
Now, this show has nothing to do with the legal theories
Except
that drive the discussion with respect to the presumption of innocence or guilt.
okay.
This show has nothing to do with criminal procedure. This show has nothing to do with the civil implications that may arise as a result of some of the security issues that came up.
Security.
Which, by the way, let me just say this for the record. I know Charlie's security people, and I know them personally. And I know the head of Charlie's security.
Yeah.
I know him personally. He's an amazing man.
You wonder about these people. They all use their platforms and their positions as pastors to sway people that are watching and listening to them to not have questions about the people that seem to be the most suspicious and that all look like they did something that day that contributed to the death of Charlie Kirk. And so, I mean, Erica's done it, right? Who else did it? Got up there like, I know Brian Harple. I know Dan Flood. Who else was it? Megan did it. Megan did it. You know, all of these people are just not good.
And he's good at what he does.
No, he's
I'm just going to leave it at that.
How can you say that? His whole job is to keep Charlie Kirk alive. Is Charlie Kirk alive? No. Like, that's his only job. Oh, I know he said our other job is to make sure that Charlie doesn't hurt himself, right, by things that he says and does in public and blah, 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 blah. Okay, your main job is to just keep him alive. Is Charlie alive? No. Is Brian Harple and Dan Flood good at their job? No. Okay. How can you say that? This is after the assassination. He's like, Brian Harple and Dan Flood are good at their job. Right. Right. You're not biased.
I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, because you can't.
But let me just simply say this. What you are watching right now play out in front of you.
Bro, you're on the air. Turn off your phone.
The very things that you are seeing happening in this current moment.
It's the devil.
Is playing out in the spiritual realm.
Oh, okay. Yep. Got it.
This letter that I'm about to read to you is going to become a reflection of that very point. And I'm going to tell you this right now. This is not me trying to sell something or market something.
It is.
By the time we are done reading this letter together, you are going to get a glimpse into the radical spiritual components that we're going after Charlie.
So he's gonna, that's a good pause. I'm glad I paused it like that. Yeah, that's what he looks like. I'm sorry. I can't always be above. We know who was putting pressure on Charlie. We know. We know names. Like, we know the people who was making Charlie's life hell, who's threatening Charlie. Lori Cardozo Moore, Bibi Netanyahu. What is it? Bill Ackman, Rabbi Wolicki, Ben Shapiro, Josh Hammer. Who else? Probably all of these freaking Philadelphian pastors, James Cadiz and all them. I went back and looked at they're so pro-Philly, they don't even hide it. Like on their sermon, a lot of on their thumbnails, it's like the flag of Philly. It's freaking nuts. It's nuts. And you don't think that when Charlie was publicly saying things about like October 7th, Jeffy Epi and the Mossad and the government of Philly and Bibi Netanyahu and You don't think that these pastors who say that they know Charlie better than anyone else, he says it multiple times. He knew him better, even better than people who say they know him and Erica. He said that he is literally the number one authority on Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk. And he says it like every time. And he does it again here. I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
You are going to recognize just how spiritual of an activity the life of Charlie Kirk presented. And you're going to see things that nobody is going to talk to you about. Why? Because an overwhelming majority of the people that are talking about this are not spiritually minded. And even the ones that are do not have the ability to associate the scriptures with the principles that we are going to read in this letter. And thus they are incapable of being able to discern or understand what the real issues are.
Oh, okay. We're so stupid.
As it relates to what happened to our dear brother, Charlie Kirk.
I mean, just look at the photo. Look at the photo that's behind him. Like, you want to know who he's for. He's in America, you guys. His studio is in California, Signal Hills. He doesn't have an American flag. He doesn't have, a picture of the United States. He doesn't have like an image of the Declaration of Independence. He has an image of Philly. And on his pulpit, like on the stage at his church, he has a menorah. Yeah. It's just like they don't even care to hide where their number one support is. His church is on the FAR filings. His church, all the Calvary Chapel churches are. Yep.
By the way, there's a much bigger picture here.
Oh, yeah. Feel
A
it.
much bigger picture here that nobody is watching. With that said, I want to open up a passage in
No, we're not going to do that with you. Let's see here.
ever will be the mechanics of the organization or the people involved or any of that kind of stuff. Why? Because if you don't deal with the spiritual side, if you don't deal with the biblical precedent, if you don't deal...
Oh my God, this guy's... We'll come back to him. I can't handle him in full right now. Let's go here. All right. It's the young and skinny Rob McCoy.
Now, I say that tongue in cheek because I am free, regardless of where they place me. And that's a small price to pay for liberty. No matter what they do, I've already given it to the Lord, and whatever's given to him first will never be lost.
Hey, where'd I write it?
And I want for my children and my grandchildren a nation that I had the privilege to grow up in. That my
All right, hold on. 2:12. Right, 2:12.
And today I get to meet him, and I feel like I took a 23andMe DNA test.
He's talking about the senior pastor at this church up here where I live. It's insane.
And found out I have a brother I didn't know I had. And today's the first day I get to meet him. That's how excited I am.
Gosh, these guys.
Charlie has publicly said that I'm his pastor. And people translate that as his booking agent. And a friend that most of my friends who once lived in California now resides in Boise said, can you get Charlie to come and speak at our event? And I said, I'll ask him, but it's probably not going to happen. And I told Charlie, and Charlie didn't remember it, but it's true.
So keep this in mind. Okay, so these pastors, and James told a similar story of it yesterday, and Erica did as well. These people were manipulating and using Charlie. Okay. They knew that they had access to Charlie. Okay. People would reach out to James. They'd reach out to Erica. They'd reach out to Rob. They'd reach out to Frank. And they'd ask them to get Charlie to come to their business, organization, church. And these people would get Charlie to do it. Charlie didn't even have time to come there to this church. Rob had him do it. He'll tell a story. It's nuts. Not that it's a bad thing. Charlie is a grown man and he can make his decisions, but it just shows you the amount of pressure that some of these people had on Charlie and influence. And that with Charlie's already in crazy, insanely busy schedule, they had no problem putting more on his plate every day. Every day. Where is it?
He said, I really feel like God wants us to do this. He says, I'm really busy because I've got an event in Flagstaff that morning. We can get a plane into Boise. It's hard to reach. And all the stars aligned and it worked out. And he'd call and he'd say, it's an outdoor event. Why are we doing this? It's going to cost more money to get there than.
Yep. Why are we
because
doing
it's
this?
a plane that we had to take that somebody afforded to us. And I said, Charlie, remember you said the Lord told you.
So he would gaslight him. He's like, why are we doing this? Someone gave them a plane to do it. Okay. And then, Charlie was either exhausted or was like, man, I really, don't know that I want to do it. And he goes, remember, God told you to do it. You better do it. That goes right in line with like, God told me to tell you to marry Erica. That's what James said. You better marry Erica. These pastors were using their positions as pastors, their influence over Charlie to get him to do things, whether it was, overt or subtle or just right up direct. They were influencing and getting Charlie to do things, sometimes totally against his desires. And if he had any doubt or reservation or question about it, they would double down. God told you, Charlie. God told me to tell you, Charlie. This is God's will, Charlie. Better do it, Charlie. Don't be stupid, Charlie.
And he agreed to it. We set it up. And then when the event happened at the church and Paul and Candlelight wired us the money, I called him and I said, Paul, I don't know if it's possible, but we're going to be in Boise. If I can get the plane and get Charlie and maybe come up to Coeur d'Alene. I didn't realize how far it was. And Paul said, really? I said, yeah, let me work on it. Charlie, of course, yeah, let's do it. I told him about Paul and then I called to work out some details and Paul said, I'm 9 days into this COVID. My heart sank. And then he said, I can only text, 1 or 2 hours a day. They're taking my phone from me and I'm in the hospital and I'm in ICU.
Right.
And then I had heard rumor that he was on a ventilator, which is the death knell. Charlie had a successful day yesterday, blessed the city of Boise and the folks there, and Turning Point had an opportunity to really do some amazing things. But this is the highlight of our trip. And God has blessed this man. He's 26 years old. The only thing I have in common with him is I have a 6 in the number of my age. I'm 56. I'm more than twice his age.
Yeah.
And I'm humbled that he would call me his pastor. Because I have to tell you, I don't think that there's a stronger pastor, and he struggles over this. I don't think there's a stronger pastor. 95% of the pastors in America don't equal what Charlie possesses. Not only does he love the Lord with all his heart, soul, strength, and mind.
And that's the other thing, you guys. It's pretty disgusting how often they would get up there and say these things in front of an audience, and Charlie's right off stage. Charlie's like right there. Okay. Can you imagine the effect that could have when all of these Christian men that are in charge of medium to large churches are constantly, singing your praises over and over and over again? Charlie felt he could trust these people, and I wish that he wouldn't have. I wish he could have seen what they were doing. They were using him. Yeah.
But he understands the public square that the church has abandoned for the
For the next one. Hold on. 11.
Average student loan debt is $45,000 per borrower, and many of them are borrowing money they don't have to study things that don't matter, to find jobs that don't exist.
This
And
is how
so we
young
stuff them
Charlie
full of these
was.
ideas, and we have evangelistic atheism happening on our campus.
He talks about college. I got to find the one. I wish I would have wrote it down. I think it's at the end, actually. Yeah, it is. 53. Hold on. It's when they're up there together. Oh, he comes up at 37. Maybe it's at the 37 mark. Sorry. Let's see, right at 37.
Talking about is, and it gives me stretch marks on my brain. And I've never been a strong student of apologetics, although I'm well versed in it. But every time I see him, he's got his nose in some thick book dealing with concepts and principles that are beyond my understanding at the moment.
Yeah, we know that.
And he's autodidactic, self-taught. And a dear friend of mine, I want to give a shout out to him. His name's Dave Brown. He's an apologist.
Okay, so at this time, this is in 2020. The reason why I played this clip is because Frank Turek is an apologetic, person. I don't know how to say apologist. They would have known who Frank was. They don't name Frank Turek at all. They're talking about people they know that are, Christian apologists. Supposedly the story is that Charlie was watching Frank Turek and reached out to Frank. That's Frank's telling of it. Rob and Charlie right here are going to talk about the different, apologetic speakers in the Christian movement, in the Protestant movement in the United States. They don't mention Frank at all. I thought that was interesting. Oh, wrong one. Sorry.
For the Christian faith. And when Charlie would pose a question to me that baffled me, I'm calling Dave Brown. Dave gives me insights.
So not
James
Frank.
Cadiz and a number of others.
Oh, James Cadiz. That's the pastor.
And we're starting to see the intersection and the connectivity and the need of apologetics to defend in the public square Christianity. So I'm becoming more and more a student of it and more excited. He's already light years ahead of me. So we'll go over here and then we'll come to you. Go ahead.
So they constantly are just trying to, I don't know, man, just shower him. Let's see.
Calvary Chapels started in 1968.
Yeah, we know.
Did I cover this?
No.
Calvary Chapels started in 1968. We're going to run out of time. I'll do it real quick. It's the last question. You guys write your questions down.
I can go an extra 5 minutes on top.
Oh, did they say that? I think they were saying parking lot issue. They were going to shoot us. I was scared. Calvary Chapel started in 1968. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had been shot in 68. Bobby Kennedy was shot in 68. And here's the fascinating thing. Reagan was governor in California. I was born there. My father, my grandfather.
He talks too long about this, but he talks about the starting of Calvary Chapel by Chuck Smith in 1968. And then he talks about like Greg Laurie a little bit. Mainly the part that I wanted to play out of that one was, we're going to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to keep you guys the whole night because I have a lot of other clips that I want to show. Was that supposedly at this time they would have known Frank Turek. They don't mention him. Charlie doesn't mention him. Rob doesn't mention him at all. And I just thought that was pretty interesting. Let's see. I don't know which part it is because I just started this on James Cadiz. Why Charlie and Erica? Let's go there.
A creature of God is good and nothing is to be refused. A creature that we exist today. He says it. Now the Spirit expressly. Don't get me into the mechanics of the Greek language because I'm not going to put on the hat of Greek professor today. But if I were to read this to you in the Greek language, it would speak with a unique level of emphasis that provides for you an extreme declaration. And the emphasis is the Spirit of God is speaking and you need to pay attention. God has impressed this message upon me. That's what the Apostle Paul is saying. And he is saying that it is a message that involves a level of veracity that can be understood only by those who choose to allow themselves to be given to the instruction that it provides.
His chapter descriptions down at the bottom aren't accurate.
Look at what he says here.
No.
Growing at a rapid pace isn't just because the Bible declared that it would be the case.
All right, that's not
Be prayer. But what he says is this. He
What?
says, put on undeniable truths. They are real. They are happening.
This supposedly says Charlie's passion for Philly.
One of the things that I think everybody needs to understand, and I think that this is super critical, the spiritual realm doesn't work the way a lot of people think it
Bro,
does.
are you not gonna?
When people engage, when people think through, when people begin to reflect upon things of high impact,
You're not.
the first thing they consider is the most superficial aspect of the moment that they are confronted with. In the case of my little brother, everybody is preoccupied with the fact that he was taken suddenly from this earth.
Okay, his little brother is Charlie Kirk. Isn't that just interesting? So like, it's not good enough for James to just say like he knows Charlie better than anyone else. Even out of all the people that say they really know Charlie, James knows Charlie and Erica better than everyone. That's why I really do think that he was the one that was their premarital counselor. It was either him or Rob McCoy, but I think it's him. But now he has to, now that Charlie's gone, okay, Frank did the same thing. That's what's so interesting. It's so disgusting. Frank said Charlie was like his son. Frank, that video was 2020. Supposedly when Charlie reached out to you, which was like 2020, 2021, but Charlie should have known who you were. Same with Rob McCoy, should have known who Frank Turk was at that point. They're talking about apologetics. You don't come up at all. Not at all. Charlie doesn't mention you, neither does Rob. And Charlie would have mentioned you if he knew who you were at that point. But Frank Turek retells that, and that's why Brian Harple let him in the car in the SUV, was because that Charlie was like a son to Frank. Charlie had a son. Frank had a son. Charlie had a son too, but in this, what I'm talking about is Frank had a son. Charlie had a dad. What are you talking about? Charlie never said you were like a dad to him. Charlie had a dad. He didn't need Frank. They want everyone now, and Charlie can't be here to dispute anything they say, and that's what makes it even more disgusting, is that James is like, Charlie is my little brother. He just starts calling Charlie my little brother. What? He doesn't say my little brother in Christ. He just says my little brother. They constantly want people to believe that these people were closer to Charlie than they really were. Because then you would have to believe what they say when they say things about Charlie, about what Charlie said, about what Charlie wanted, about what Charlie believed. It's not an innocent thing that they're doing. It's really disgusting.
They'll focus on things like the assassin. They'll focus on things like the people and the players involved. They'll focus on the investigations. They'll focus on all of those things, but they will not focus on what inspired it all.
How insane is that? He is condemning people that are focused on the assassination, because we don't believe the official narrative. We want to know what happened to Charlie. We don't believe it was Tyler, at least not the one that fired the rifle. And he's condemning us for wanting to know that.
Oh, sure, you might have some people who will go a little deeper into it and say, well, this is because of the leftists. This is because of Antifa. This is because, no, actually, the leftists, Antifa,
they're all just, it's the devil.
that poor trans kid, whatever. A little bit of sarcasm, by the way, in that phrase. Probably not right of me to do.
No.
Those were all secondary pawns.
Mm-hmm.
What we're about to learn from this letter is that there was a mastermind behind the assassination of Charlie. And that mastermind is someone that we cannot see.
The devil.
We've become so desensitized to the spiritual realm that in many cases we can actually feel him.
But
because I recognize components of this letter that are directly tied to conversations that Charlie and I had.
Conversations that you and Charlie had that no one else saw, that no one else heard.
They were driven not by politics.
No, his support.
Politics is the secondary element of the primary issue, and that is the spiritual side of it. They were driven by biblical precedent.
All right, let's hear.
That is an indisputable fact. That is in the Quran.
Okay. All right. The Easter. Hold on. I'm jumping ahead.
When he recognized what he referred to as Mohammedism.
All right. We're not talking about that. Here we go. Charlie's
You
recommendation.
guys know.
Let's see.
Do you guys know that there's a Pew Research poll that actually reports 53% of U.S. adults now view Israel unfavorably?
Yeah.
That is as of April of 2025.
Yep.
Guys, that's a 10, almost 11% increase.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know why? Do you know why? Because Charlie would have been one of the people in that poll because of what Philly's been doing. And look at you with it in behind you, bro.
Charlie was alarmed by that.
No.
And by the way, if you think about where this is going and you begin to understand the depth of the claims that are being made, you'll realize that it's being fueled by many of the things that we're seeing in social media. Let me go on to read this because this is, I'm telling you, this is super, super heavy.
Yeah. Hold on.
He says, I started to compose this letter to you on Easter. I should have been focused on my family, but I was getting bombarded with messages about the Israeli army making it difficult for Christians to access church in Jerusalem on Easter.
All right. I've posted the full letter on my X if you guys want to read it. I'm just wanting to hear him talk about. I want to know what his framing of it. Let's see. Of young what?
Jeremiah, same thing. Jeremiah loses his life's work, and God says, right on media team. President Trump does this very effectively on social media.
He's just reading it. Final appeal to Netanyahu. I think he's just going to be reading it.
Look what he goes on to say.
Yeah.
I strongly recommend putting together a team of pro-Israel experts who can fact-check misinformation.
Yeah, he does. You guys can go on my X to read it. I'm not going to play his whole reading of it. I want to see what he says, like his framing of it. The beginning was insane.
You also have this further. It's definitely Charlie Kirk's signature.
Yeah, we know.
And I'm glad they redacted the phone number. Charlie in the letter mentioned a 7-front war. Let's just talk about the geopolitics of the region for just a second.
All right, no, I'm over you, dude. All right, that's fine. Oh, let's get on. This is interesting. This has to do with Philly. Let's go here. All right. And I'm going to be reaching out to Tucker. Someone in the community was like, hey, Tucker said that he never, he would do an interview with anyone. It didn't matter the size or anything. But I'm definitely going to be reaching out to Tucker and Nathan Apfel because both of them are, what they don't realize is that, so in this episode, they're talking about the FARA filings. The FARA filings, the Show Faith by Works filings, which is the Foreign Ministry of Philadelphia. I'm surprised Nathan isn't aware of the Clock Tower X FARA filing, which Bradley Parscale is on, who is also on the board of Superfeed Technologies, who is with, and Lori Fronsfee is on that board as well. And it's her technology. Okay. The technology that they're going to be utilizing, the Foreign Ministry of Philly, is Laura Fronsfee. Okay. The ability to pull the data from the phones and the geotagging and tracking and caching, sending propaganda and specific pro-Philadelphia, anti-Palestinian, anti-Hamas, commercials and, propaganda to Christians' phones. When you take your phone into a church, if you're on the list, look up the FARA filing. If your church is on the list, you should go talk to your pastor. Also, Christian universities are on the list. Any TPUSA event is doing it as well. I don't know if September 10th was the first one or if it was, I think it was after, actually. It was the Make Heaven Crowded at Greg Laurie's Harvest Church. And everyone ever since. And so Erica is in cahoots, and we know that with Salem Media, Havas Media, what's his name? Andrew Colvette. They literally are like an agent of Philly now. And Lori's mom is part of it. And Erica's mom, Lori, is part of it. At least her companies and her technology is. And Erica Kirk is part of it as well. I'm surprised that Tucker and Nathan aren't aware that they're like, when they start talking about all this, I'm so surprised that they haven't. I mean, Tucker doesn't know everything. Nathan's telling him for the first time. I'm surprised Nathan isn't aware. And I'd love to hear Nathan's perspective on TPUSA now. But that they don't understand that Philly is using TPUSA and Superfeed Technologies to, shove pro-Philadelphian propaganda. I'm just so surprised he hasn't connected that dot yet. And that he hasn't started asking questions about Andrew Colvett, Erica Kirk, and TPUSA. It just kind of has, I don't know if it's ignorance, it's by accident or on purpose.
It does seem that for some Christian leaders, I don't want to call anyone out by name, but Israel's the only thing that matters.
So that would be TPUSA, Erica Kirk, Andrew Colvett.
So they'll approach fellow Christians with one question in mind: where does this person stand on the government of Israel?
Mm-hmm.
And so it occupies a much greater percentage of mental disk space than I ever imagined, certainly than it does for me. So what is that?
Well, it's the old covenant. I was raised just non-denominational Christian in large-scale churches, and we were pro-Israel. It's just a consistent deal. When you look at, I'm always going to go back to Scripture. So I'm always going to use the Bible to reference my perspective and what I think is going on.
Yes.
The nation state of Israel has just become an idol to the church in regards to how they perceive, not all of them, but how some of them perceive it. And you have to ask why. And so we've done a little digging in regards to some FARA filings and others. And when you look at the old covenant in the Bible, it's one of those spots or parts of the covenant that you can weaponize.
Yep.
Israel's one of them. Giving and generosity, tithing is one of them.
Yep.
And when Christ came, he came to fulfill that whole old covenant, that whole contract. A new covenant. It's literally a new covenant. So that old covenant is complete, done, fulfilled, put on the shelf. A new contract is in place, and that's.
I wish Charlie could have spoken with Nathan. Oh,
Christ contract, Christ covenant, and if you're a Bible believing Christian, but what that new covenant does is it takes the teeth out of the old covenant, the old contracts, that Mosaic law. But people like to lean on that contract and that law because you can weaponize it. You can build empires again and build power structures around basically double dipping in covenants. So you can say,
yeah. All right. Where's the part about the far?
Saying, in order to understand this, you look not just at the theology, but at the money.
Correct, at the money. Because, yes, I think most people would say genocide in Gaza is wrong, right? But then they will always find a counter, which is, well, there's bad things. There's evil inside Gaza that needs to be removed, right?
Yes.
And so that's where this FARA document's interesting, is because you can see the nation state weaponizing the American church to sway their opinion, to say, hey, you know what? No, the genocide is rationalized and we're not going to call it genocide because of X, Y, and Z. So that's what this document just shows. It shows that millions of dollars came from the nation state of Israel to sway massive megachurches in America, or at least the pastors, because when you can sway the pastor can sway their congregation.
So Jack Hibbs, James Cadiz, Rob McCoy, Greg Laurie, who are all working tandem, and that other pastor in Dallas, all the churches that Erica has gone to after the assassination of Charlie Kirk are all part of this. It's insane.
How does it work?
How does in regards to the system?
Yeah, the system. What are the FARA means Foreign Agent Registration Act?
Correct.
What do those documents show?
So this one shows in particular, basically, we'll call it like a marketing effort. And ironically, this is fun. There's multiple pages of just hundreds of churches on the West Coast.
There's like thousands. And I've done a full episode breakdown of this FARA filing as well. You can go back in the catalog and in the video, my library.
Post that have very large audiences. And what it is it's a marketing effort. It's a geofencing effort.
Yep.
So if you go to your church and you walk into that building, there is a digital geofence. And if you ping your phone, that geofence is triggered. And what that means is they're going to get your phone's IP address. They're going to start sending you messages and sending you advertising that's pro-Israel and, anti-Palestine, for lack of and it says all this in the documents.
And not just that. Okay. When you leave, it's almost like, what is that technology, Pegasus or whatever? When you leave, your phone now is grafted into this network, And now now when you leave and you go home, it's going to attempt to communicate to any devices near you in your home, maybe even your neighbors. It depends on how far it reaches. Okay. And it's going to graft those phones and those devices in as well. When you go to Starbucks, when you go to restaurants, when you go to work, okay, it's going to constantly, if you don't turn off your Bluetooth and turn off your Wi-Fi, I don't know which one, or if it's both or one or the other, because I'm not a technological person. And I don't even know, even if you do turn it off, if that'll even stop it from happening. But when you go anywhere, it's called a digital handshake. And it's going to try to be sending out like, hey, it's constantly sending out messages to the tower. Like, hey, where's the tower? Hey, I'm here. It's also doing that with other devices. Like, where's these other devices? And it's communicating. Like, you just put your phone next to another phone nowadays. It asks you if you like want to send it your phone number, if you want to like add a contact, right? It's doing that without you having to touch anything. You just put your phone near another phone and it's constantly sending out signals and receiving signals. And it's going to graft in other devices. And now those devices are going to get pro-Philadelphia, anti-Hamas propaganda. Okay. Also, any search terms, it's going to be redirecting traffic to their websites with similar search terms. It's going to, what else? Direct you to certain sites that are pro-Philadelphia and anti-Hamas. Sending you, pro-Philadelphia ads and things like that too. Yeah. And then the FAR filing also goes on to say that it's going to have October 7th virtual like reality, October 7th live VR experiences where you could put on a headset. So TPUSA is doing this at their events. The Make Heaven Crowded events are doing it. Some churches are doing it. Some Christian universities are doing it. You put on the headset and you relive the October 7th attack through the eyes of a victim. Yeah. I'm not kidding you. It's nuts.
And so ironically, this is what I called my dad this morning because I was like, hey, what church did we go to when we were kids? And sure enough, the two churches I went to from the day I was born to 21 years old are on that list. And so that means had I walked into those churches, I could have potentially been geofenced and then they would have tracked my phone and they could ping me pro nation state Israel material.
The bad thing is you don't even have to go to any of these churches, universities, or events. If anyone else has gone to one and it's near your phone, it could graft your phone in.
And so this effort is funded by Israel.
Yes, it is.
By the nation state of Israel.
And is it, when you say funded, like, does money flow to the church? Does the church know that it's congregations being geofenced?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily.
I think so.
So that's where it gets dark is the church doesn't even know that they're being targeted.
Some of them do.
And so it's like a subversive targeting.
Is a foreign government doing this to our churches here?
Correct. A great example would be like, hey, if my kids are in college and the face of this.
Seriously?
Yeah. So the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs spends millions of dollars geofencing our churches for pro-Israeli, pro-nation state Israeli propaganda.
It's the largest
in
history.
If your pastor's behind it, then hey, your pastor's going to say the same
It's
thing.
just hard to believe. There's this line in Mark 13, I think, where Jesus is saying to the Pharisees, he's like, or saying to others, religious leaders are in trouble because they wander around in their long flowing robes and they get respect from everyone in the marketplace, but they're actually cheating widows out of their property. Mm-hmm. And you read that and you're like, would a religious leader really cheat a widow out of her property? Like, that's just crazy. Only in first century Palestine could that ever happen.
Hold on. Where's the one about Jack Hibbs? They talk about Jack Hibbs. It's insane. Let's see. It might be 34:30. Oh, a little bit further. Wait. Yeah, 34. It's right after that. Let's see.
Based off the financial data, about 70% just goes to buildings and salaries, and less.
Talking about the tithing. Hold on. It's got to be the next one. Sorry, guys. So 37. Marginalized
that's left behind. Christianity is in that marginalized. That's why we pool our resources and give to the poor. And so Christianity is not about ownership. Christianity is not about growth and profits at all costs. Christianity is the opposite. And so Christianity is the hard line against power and against authority. But what's happened is we've taken those structures, those capitalistic structures, and brought it into the church and brought it into an institution that is antithetical to that. And so now the institutional church has been co-opted by the very mechanisms it's supposed to push against.
I think it's in this politics.
All in the name of Christ.
Actually, hold on.
So, hey, bring more money.
Politics in church.
But Trump basically wiped the Johnson Amendment out.
What was the Johnson Amendment?
The Johnson Amendment.
Pastors can now endorse political figures. Dang it. Where is
I said, when we talked last, I talked about kind of the weaponization or the box that churches climbed into, religious organizations climbed into, which is the 14-point checklist. I think tax exemption was the carrot for them to climb in. It's, hey, Tucker, we're going to give your church tax exempt status. You don't have to pay taxes, but you're going to have to play by these rules. And so you climbed into the box, and now this box can be weaponized right or left. Now foreign agents can come in and just sell concepts to the box, if that makes sense. And hey, if I do anything wrong, if I don't live inside these 14 points, I might get kicked out of this box. What is getting kicked out? Lose your tax exempt status. Great. Who cares? Lose it.
Are there churches that don't claim tax exempt status?
No.
There's a couple. Yeah. It's
not the big ones, though. Where is it? Gosh darn it. Hold on. No, that's not it either. Darn it. I thought I had it perfect. I'll find it another time. I don't want to put you through it and not have the right one pulled up. I'm sorry, guys. All right. Let's see. Where is the next video that I wanted to pull up? All right. I'll play a video of Charlie Kirk. Let me start it right 37:05.
Replacement theory and the covenants, and obviously with Abraham, circumcision changed, that covenant kind of shifted. Is the new covenant truly transcendent? Does it alter everything that was before this?
Honestly, phenomenal question. Thank you for coming with such good heart. And honestly, welcome to Christianity. I can't wait to see you in heaven. So I get this question a lot. I will start and then Steve will continue. But let me ask you one question as you're wrestling, if it's okay. Do you think God breaks his promises?
I do not.
Okay, you do not. Yeah, you do not. So that's an important question. And again, it's not an easy answer, but it says in Genesis 17 that God has an everlasting covenant with the people of Israel, his chosen people. So we have a choice to make. We can say that was just exaggerative writing, or is that literal everlasting covenant with the people of Israel? Now, and then the question is, what Israel? I'll get into that in a second. Now, in kind of normative Protestant teaching, and Steve, you could chime in at any time, there is a spectrum all between dispensationalism or cessationism, all the way something from called remnant theology. I'm not even gonna get into that. But the most important thing in the question that we must ask is that, do we believe that the land rights given to Israel 7 times throughout Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, and repeated in Joshua, are completely null and void? And the second part, which is important for those people that believe in replacement theology, do you believe that when it's end times prophecy, when it says Israel, the physical place of Israel, that has any connection to the actual physical place today? Now you say, where should your loyalty lie? Where I disagree with some pastors
Here we go.
is where they say we must defend everything that the Israeli government does. You should not defend everything that the Israeli government does, period. You are loyal to one thing only. You are loyal to Jesus Christ. And that is it. That is your standard. Now, with that.
Yeah. I'll play more, but I think it's very clear that Charlie felt that the Bible was saying that we should support like the people of the book, not this country that was created post World War II and the government. Especially when we went over like the formation of that country. And it wasn't even supposed to be that land. They wanted Uganda and like Argentina. And it was the Rothschilds that bought it, you know? And so it wasn't even biblical prophecy that reestablished the church. Reestablished the country. I mean, God could use anyone. So, I mean, they probably argue that it was still God using those individuals. But yeah. All right, let me pull up this clip of Erica. Was it 31? Yeah. 31.
Company is the highest calling for a woman.
Wait, let me back it up. Hold on.
It's strategic. And the interesting thing about this is that
I didn't make it big. Sorry. Caught it.
Modern times, they will try to say that public leadership is the highest calling for a woman.
Huh.
Owning a company is the highest calling for a woman.
It's not?
Serving XYZ is they try to take your mind and distract you from your true highest form of calling. And placement can be really, really hard.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you're not the architect of your own placement. You're not called to roam and chase opportunities. You don't get to sometimes, well, actually, no, you really don't get to decide where you're the most useful. God does.
Like the home?
You can try.
Like your home?
But God will always redirect you to remind you of where you're the most useful. And again, women often feel pressure to do it all, to be a mother, to be an influencer, to be an entrepreneur, to be a wife, to be a leader.
Oh.
But I want that living a life being set apart.
Can you take your own
and
advice?
Not being scattered. I want that to almost bring you freedom.
And this is James Kadish's church with the menorah in the background.
Where you obey your assignment and you say, nope, this is my lane. That's for someone else.
Why couldn't she have done that when they wanted to appoint her as CEO? Nope, this is my lane, being the mother of Charlie's children, staying home, taking care of them and raising them. That's for someone else. Thank you. I'm going to be a good steward of what God's put in front of me.
God bless you. Nope, that's not meant for everyone. Like, you know your limitations, and that's strength in itself.
Why don't you do that?
Fourth, I want to encourage you guys to harness the holiness of hidden strength, which is found in obedience. Don't underestimate the power of quiet obedience. Just like those women that I mentioned before, it echoes way louder in heaven than applause that you'll get here on earth.
Okay.
Quiet obedience is so special because, again, it upholds entire generations. And some of the most unshakable women that I know of or that I've read in scripture are so rooted in faith and in God's words. And they always show up when others don't. And they're the type of woman, and this type of woman where even, again, laundry, for instance, I think it's because we're leaving soon. So we have like piles of laundry on the couch. That's probably why it's on my brain. But women you're doing laundry, and while you're doing it, you're whispering scripture or you're rocking your baby and just scripture's pouring out of you. That's the type of woman I'm talking about. Woman who is so rooted in God's word. And that goes back up to point number 1.
But she's not rocking her babies and doing laundry. She's not doing that now.
Making God's word like oxygen. It is just all consuming you. Like it always somehow God's word is on your lips. And I want to also encourage you that some women who feel like they're hidden, I guess, women who are also dealing with the season of being single or not getting the certain job that they've been praying for, or they feel like
that they're not being seen, not getting the position they want. I think she's speaking about herself, being hidden, being behind Charlie, not in front of Charlie.
They feel like they're being overlooked. Being hidden and being overlooked are two different things.
Yeah.
Because you feel like you're being unseen by man, but you have to view it that you're just being hidden and positioned by God. They're two different things, and there's an eternal reward for the women who stand quietly faithful and understand that even though this is a season of hiddenness, it's God's strategy and it's not punishment.
Ooh.
And so I just want you to kind of shift that perspective and know that even if you feel like you're invisible in the season that you're in, you're really not. God is just, he's working on you and he's teaching you something. And in that season, don't waste it, because there's something he's trying to teach you that you wouldn't learn in a different season, because you're so in tune with the fact that, why am I being overlooked? Why am I being hidden? And when
see how she says that, she's saying that out of personal experience, in my
you pray about that, he's going to reveal some things to you that you wouldn't have gotten from a different season of being looked at or being viewed. So just kind of pray to get the most you can out of that season, because it doesn't last forever. They never do. Seasons don't last forever at all.
Yeah. We're going to go to this next one. All right, let me make sure I pulled it up. All right, where is it? 22:20.
Days of sharing with especially the single young girls, or even single women in general, because I know that I have had a lot of people reach out and say, I'm single, I'm waiting, I've been waiting and waiting and waiting for my Boaz, or whatever they say, like waiting for my whatever. And so I just want to encourage you, for those who are watching online or even here this evening, that if you are in a season of waiting for the one, that you really build in the season of waiting, and that you intentionally swim in a stream of significance, and that means of service.
There it is. Intentionally swim in a stream of significance. And now she's going to talk about waiting for the right one to come and being celibate. It's just.
So if that means that, you use your idle time to go to an animal shelter, or if you use your idle time to dig in the word with someone, or do something different, and you just use your time as an investment and not date just to date. And really be able to understand that your type of Christianity is not the Coachella type of Christianity, where you're like, well, just go with the flow, and like wherever God takes me, and this guy seems nice, he's giving me attention, he's super cute, like we'll just go with this. And I think we need to really just rein it back and understand that you have to stop chasing men, and you have to understand that if they were meant to stay, they'd stay. You should never have to try and convince someone to love you, ever. And I feel like a lot of young girls try to elevate chemistry over commitment because they're afraid of not being able to find that person that's next. They think, oh, this is the only one. He's really good. He meets like 3 of the requirements that I have, not the 2 important ones, but it's okay. Like, we'll work on him. No, you have to be equally yoked with your partner. And
chemistry over commitment. I wonder if she felt she didn't have any chemistry with Charlie.
I do not have a white picket house fence lifestyle, and I know that. We travel 350 days a year. I don't say that
So they travel 350 days a year. So that's pretty much what she'd be traveling now without Charlie.
Sympathy. I just say it as a reflection point, because we are always on the road, and everyone's home life looks different. Everyone, there's not a one size fits all when it comes to home life. And I thought to myself, looking back in life, my mom was a perfect example of this, because she was a working mom.
Such a lot.
And I'll never forget, no matter, even though the fact that she was always working, she never missed one basketball game. And I played basketball in college, and she even went to Denver for those. She didn't miss one. And even plays when I was little.
I think she played like once or twice, is what Barron said. She played it like 2 games, or came to, or dressed.
Like when I was 7, I had my first play, and I was a pilgrim or something in some Thanksgiving play. She had just got LASIK eye surgery, and that was when it first came out in like the 90s, where they had no idea what they were doing. They cut your eyes open.
Yeah.
So like literally, my mother is sitting there with like these blinders on her eyes, and I see her up in the higher area where they have like the stadium seating
bleachers,
and I see her up there. I'm like, that's my mom.
There's no way. If she just had LASIK back in the 90s, who freaking drove her there? Who freaking drove Lori to the play, or whatever it was, to the game or whatever? Her husband or her step-husband, or, she remarried. She didn't drive herself to the freaking basketball game. Give me a break. What are you talking about?
Like, she still made it. And afterwards, like, Mom, do you like the place? She's like, it was great. It was great. I didn't see anything, but I heard it all. It was great.
I didn't see anything, but I drove here. Got it.
But that really stuck with me.
So that means she left someone out of that story that wouldn't fit the single mom raised me narrative.
Even though she was working, she was still there for me. And when I read this verse first, I'm such a nerd with scripture. I love going back to the Greek, original Greek and Hebrew.
No.
When I read this, I was like, workers at home. I was like, there has to be something deeper here that we usually, like, people think, oh, women are supposed to be in the kitchen, or women are supposed to be locked up in the house doing laundry and all this stuff. And I was like, no. Workers at home, it's in the oldest manuscript, it has it translated as workers at home or keepers at the house. And the Greek translation expresses this so beautifully. It says that the workers at home or keepers at the house is actually expressed as the guardian of the house.
Who's the guardian of their house? Who's the guardian of their house now? Charlie's gone. She's working 350 days a year. On the road is what she just said. That's the schedule. Even if it's not 350, say it's 300. She's forsaking that responsibility.
And I think that's so cool, because in order to be a guardian of something, you have to be a leader in that domain and in that territory. And so I thought to myself, the threat of biblical righteousness is not that a mother or a woman would be home too much. It would be that a mother or a mom and a woman would be home too little.
What? Would be home too little? I wonder if Erica is home too little now. I mean, I already know the answer. Yes.
And so I get that not everyone's four walls of their home looks the same. Mine is on a plane, defined by TSA lines and snacks and living out of a one-drawer suitcase and unwashed clothes. Like, that's just like our life. And I signed up for that and I love it. And that's just how it is, because my husband requests that I travel with him and it's a fun adventure. But what I'm saying is that even if you are a working mom, your home is your territory, and the devil would love nothing more than for you to forfeit that.
So you forfeited that, and the devil loves that, and you're okay with that? Okay.
Because he could use it. He could use getting into your kids' minds. He could use getting into your kids' learning process, and you being so busy and occupied with work. So if you do work and you are a working mom, I ask and pray that you guard your heart. And you don't love your workplace more than your home. And you always put your home first, and really keep that into perspective. Because I know that there's parents that are working, but both parents are working. It's tough times. It's not like the 50s where
it's tough times. Says the girl that grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Everything's been handed to her. Companies were created and handed to her. Okay. A husband was handed to her, literally. Like the best, one of the best ones out of the public facing figures. She has no clue about tough times. She has no clue what we experience. She's not standing in a TSA line. What are you talking about? She flies privately.
Can cover the whole household. So just make sure that you keep your priorities straight again.
How about you do that?
And change your perspective from I have to I get to. And just look at it as an opportunity, and realize that you don't have to be keeping up with the Joneses. Not everyone's supposed to be a female entrepreneur. And not everyone's supposed to be an Instagram influencer. If you need to take a sabbatical from Instagram, please do it, because there's nothing life-giving on there. I mean, obviously there's some things you can get from it and glean from it, but
why can't she take her own advice?
A lot of it is so soul draining that if you have to take a few days off, do it. If you see yourself getting addicted to that type of dopamine rush of swiping and seeing hearts on your profile, like that means you probably need some time to take away from that. So, so don't diminish the beautiful privilege of being a guardian of your home.
Like
I think
her.
that's a really beautiful opportunity.
Not
as a
beautiful enough
woman.
for
And
you
the
to
fourth
stay home and do that instead of running an organization that your husband built into the ground.
point is to be kind. I think a lot of times people think kindness.
All right, hold on. Let me go to the next one. What are we at? It's at 35:28. The next one is 37:30.
An impact, and what is planted in your heart comes out of your mouth and then can also create the issues in your life. So really just remember to stop comparing yourself to the women around you. Make sure that you remove yourself from conversations that are judging people, that are talking poorly about people. We have so many other things to talk about. We have so many other things going on in this world than being able to be caught up in someone else's drama that you don't need to be a part of. So really just make your word your bond and just bridle your tongue. And point number 5, final point, is final point on how to be a godly woman in a godless society. Proclaim the gospel. And something I've always thought was so beautiful is that Jesus he was never foreign to God's word, ever. And he meditated on it. He memorized it. It was imprinted on his heart. And even when the devil was tempting him, his spiritual warfare weapon of choice was the word. It was his sword. And we have that same ability in our Bible today. We have that same authority with the word because it transcends the physical into the spiritual. And I thought to myself, because Charlie's in this crazy political world and you always are seeing things that are going on, and I thought to myself, my goodness, with everything going on in Afghanistan as well, can you imagine if one day you didn't have access to your Bible anymore? They came knocking on your house, door to door. Where's your Bible? You're going to burn it. Wait, the app? There's no Bible app anymore. That's anything dealing with the Bible or the Word of God. That's a threat to society. That's dangerous.
She doesn't have this is like the same things that she regurgitates every time.
It's because you guys all collectively get together and you guys talk about stuff in the community. That's a threat to our.
Yeah. Okay. So, but she has a Bible app, but buy my Bible app.
It's about a guy named William Borden. I don't know if any of you have heard it, but William Borden, he was the heir to the Borden family, which was, it wasn't the Dairy family, it was a different family. They were in, I believe, in the, I want to say it was like in the industrial industry with railroads.
The Industrial Revolution.
Roads and everything like that. But anyways, when he graduated from high school, his parents, he was only 16, and his parents gave him a trip around the world. Mind you, this was 1903. So a trip around the world for a 16-year-old in 1903 is like insane. And so he traveled through Asia and the Middle East, and he was in Europe, and he kept feeling this growing burden for the hurting people of the world. And for a 16-year-old, that's amazing. And while traveling, he wrote to his family, mind you, very aristocratic family.
Okay, much like hers. She's telling the story. She's such a narcissist. This story is almost like in her mind about her, right? She was 17 when she supposedly created the nonprofit organization, Romanian Angels, right? She does come from a pretty well-to-do family. Even her like removed, her cousins and like on both sides. Right. And she had a hurting heart for the world at the age of 16. And it's never stopped.
And his family had huge ambitions for William. And he wrote to his family and he said, I desire to be a missionary. And his family just was like in total disbelief. Like, why would you waste your life to be a missionary? Like, we sent you on this trip around the world so you'd be inspired to do something even bigger with your life. That's what they thought. Of course, they were of the world and not in the word. And
like you,
in response to his family's outrage, he wrote in the back of his Bible, no reserves. And
that was it. That was it for that one. All right, let me go back to where is it? Where's the one I want to share? Here. Charlie.
As a father yourself, how would you guide and advise somebody to, not just guide his own children, but also the future generations into not falling into this insane ideology that the woke mind virus has given?
As a father, lead your home. Do your best to be able to earn enough money that your wife does not have to go into the workforce so that she can raise the kids. If she wants to, if she wants to go in the workforce, that's fine. But be the man and try to work the extra shift, work through the night, deliver the income so that your wife can be a mother to the kids. And finally, you are the one that must be the hawk and say.
Hold on, let me back that back up. I want to hear that again, but let me read this. Extremely generous. K-Jax, Erica, K-Jax, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Erica is full of lies, or Erica is full lies. And it's unfortunate Charlie didn't have the prior experience to apply the discernment. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people, that's what they say. Like wait, did I miss another one? Oh, I did. Sorry. I'll get to Brian Carter. I see yours now. Sorry. A lot of people say because Charlie was so smart, right? And he was so, mainly I think they say, they just argue that because he was so smart, there's no way he could have been fooled by anyone around him. We all know that there's different types of smart, right? There's street smarts. There's book smarts, right? There's people that have life experience. There's people that have experience in, the business sector. There's different types of experience and smarts. And then there's, people smarts, like knowing how to read people and determine people's genuineness, authenticity, honesty, integrity. All the people that ended up surrounding Charlie, it's so obvious to us, they all had ulterior motives of their own, and that they all wanted to hitch their wagon to Charlie, like Tyler Boyer said, for their own reasons. Tyler wanted to become wealthy, important, and influential and powerful. He wanted to use Charlie for his own benefit. Erica Kirk wanted to marry him to become important, to become wealthy. I think also to influence and manipulate him. And that if the time came to take over, she didn't even hesitate. Like, what's more important, taking care of the kids or running this organization? Running the organization. I don't even need to pray about it. I know that's God's will for my life. I just know it. Accepts it within 72 hours. Compare that to the woman of the letter that Baron Coleman read, that I played at the beginning. That without the money that was raised, she wouldn't have been able to make the decision to be able to stay home longer, more, to stay with the kids, to help them process grief, to grieve together, to heal together. Erica didn't think about that. Erica didn't choose that. Immediately, she's planning the memorial. She's at work. She's having the Zoom call meetings, the phone call meetings. She's traveling. She's going to DC and accepting the Medal of Freedom for Charlie. She could have said no. She could have said, I'm going to stay with the kids. I can't bring the kids to that. That's insane. How about Charlie's parents accept it on our behalf, on Charlie's behalf? Why couldn't she have done that? Why couldn't have Charlie's parents and sister accepted the Medal of Freedom instead of Erica? Why couldn't have Erica stayed home and been with the kids? Erica Kirk didn't need to speak at the memorial. The parents didn't speak. Erica Kirk didn't need to take over TPUSA. There's plenty of other people that would have and could have done way better than her. To me, that shows what her priority really is. She lied and said that we people that met TPUSA are going to take over Charlie's socials, but they're going to do it out of like honor and respect and for his legacy, to keep his legacy going. But we're not going to tweet like we're tweeting for Charlie. We're not going to repost things and like things on behalf of Charlie. That's what they're doing. They're doing it. Yep. I don't know how people can see everything like that we're seeing and not come to the conclusions that we've come to. I don't understand that. How come they can't see through her lies, her manipulation, her deception, her corruption? It's pretty evil to lie to get proof. Then Candace, okay, so she lied that Charlie wasn't afraid for his life at the end. She lied and said that the reason why the priest came over was to pray over Charlie because of that stupid Pinterest hex or spell. And then she gets proven to be a liar. Candace releases the texts, right? And then she lies and it's like, oh, I didn't know that you meant text message. I thought you meant text messages. Erica has everything. That's another issue. Why doesn't the FBI have his phone? She lied and protected the security team, gave Dan Flood a raise and a promotion. Charlie's dead. The guys that were in charge and responsibility was to keep him alive aren't being investigated. She didn't say anything that they're responsible. No. Charlie must have been so lonely around her. Yeah, I think so. Thank you. Oh, so I'm bad at sometimes I forget to read the handle. So this first one a while back was always be true. Yes, James has hearing issues. I'm just going to go back over to make sure. Thank you for your super chat. Always be true. Brian Carter, I read this one earlier. Thank you for your super chat. And then I read that one. This is the one I'm on because I skipped it earlier. Sorry. Yeah, I believe that Charlie was lonely. Thank you, Brian Carter. And then I just read this one. So thank you, K-Jax. And then now this one. All right. Thank you, Rob Arthur. Rob Arthur. Thank you for your super chat. They all known each other for years, planned to take over the company. Mossad involved. No way 6 psychopaths organically met each other. Coordinated. Yes. Okay, so let me go by this one by one. Tyler Boyer and Erica knew each other for years. Okay. Tyler Boyer knew and has known Terrell Farnsworth for years. Okay. Erica Kirk knowing Tyler Boyer. Tyler Boyer is the one that set up 4 or 5 different attempts. Well, 4. The very first one was Lori Franzway, but we don't know. Tyler might have been a part of that, telling Lori and Erica that Charlie's going to Philly for the moving of the embassy, because we know that she went out there to find a husband and then sees Charlie but doesn't meet him. Okay. And then Tyler puts Erica up at the 2015 rally for Trump right behind the podium. She called him or he called her for that setup. They knew each other and had each other's number already. They both, Tyler and Erica, both say that they are family friends with one another. And then they've lied about how long they've known each other, when they met each other, and the story of that. Okay. All of the Calvary Chapel pastors came in the picture after Erica Kirk. Same with Andrew Colvett, Blake Neff, Mikey McCoy. Okay. All of the influence and the people that are so pro-Philly, okay, came in the picture after Erica Kirk came in the picture. And then they really infiltrated. And then they really sunk their teeth in and their tentacles in. And then they were controlling his, like Rob McCoy said it, I'm his booking agent. Charlie calls me his pastor. I call myself his booking agent. Okay. James Cadiz even said, that people reach out to him to get to Charlie. Erica said it herself. People reach out to her to get to Charlie. People were all trying to get and squeeze their drops out of Charlie. Trying to direct Charlie what direction to go. Josh Hammer, Ben Shapiro, Rabbi Wolicki. They wanted him to defend Philly. Stop talking about Jeffy Epi. Stop talking about his connection to Mossad. Stop opposing the war in Iran. Stop telling Trump to not go to war with Iran. Stop talking about October 7th. Stop talking about Philly's control of our political environment. And all these people on the Zoom call, in the group chat, were all trying to get Charlie to go back this way. Just go back this way. You ever seen that analogy when it's like a team building thing? You're like out in the woods and someone has a blindfold and it's a team event. And at first you guide the person physically, and then out of nowhere, like the people signal to the person guiding, and they're like, now you can't touch them. You can only guide them with your voice. And then you're guiding them with your voice. And then eventually you're not allowed to guide them at all verbally. And they lose it, right? I feel like that was in reverse for Charlie, right? They come into the picture and they're not trying to act obvious in their guiding of Charlie. Then they're just like using their subtle ways to try to guide Charlie to do what they want, right? And then eventually it just became like physical, right? And they're like trying to bribe him. They're trying to pressure him. They're calling him. They're texting him. Lori Cardoza Moore, like they're kind of threatening him. Charlie said people stopped befriending him. Tucker said the same thing. Megan said the same thing. People were calling and texting them, sending emails to them, basically harassing them, bullying them, threatening them. Then people tried to bribe him. Bribe in reverse. They're like, you better stop or I'm taking my money. He didn't stop. I took my money. Charlie was surrounded. He was one man surrounded by the enemy. He was trying everything he could. And honestly, so when you go back over these different campus events, you can see that at some of these campus events, he still would defend Philly, not the government, okay? Not the military, not the IDF, not what they were doing in Gaza, not Bibi, but like the biblical people of the book, right? And he definitely felt that there was still like basis in scripture to want good things for the people of the book. But who are the people of the book? Charlie said that in that statement, right? Not the government of Philly, not Bibi Netanyahu, not the Likud party. Yeah. Let's see. Let's go to the next one. Oh, I didn't finish this, actually. Let me finish playing this.
Work through the night, deliver the income so that your wife can be a mother to the kids.
So your wife could be a mother to the kids. I'm going to keep playing it, but hold on. So we know that Erica Kirk made 20 million, personally received about $20 million in funds that was raised for her and the kids after the assassination. Do you want to know why people raised all that money for her? Do you want to know the real reason? They knew Charlie was the breadwinner. Charlie was the provider. I think they should give all that money back. I wonder how many people gave that money to her thinking she was going to need it because Charlie was gone and no longer could provide for her and the kids. Obviously, he had investments. Obviously, he had books. He had other streams of income, and that they were going to be pretty good as it was. But I guarantee that a lot of that money was to help Erica and the kids provide. I don't think that they realized that she was going to take on this position because they figured all the statements that Erica and Charlie said publicly was that her role was at home with the kids. And they probably figured that she was going to continue to do that. But she didn't. She didn't need the money. It wasn't even about the money. Well, I mean, I think it is. She wants the money. She doesn't need the money, but she wants the money. She wants more money. More money. When will it be enough? It's not about Charlie's legacy. They're destroying his legacy. They're lying about his legacy. They're lying about what he said, what he wanted, his positions, his beliefs. So it's not about Charlie. It's about something else.
And finally, you are the one that must be the hawk and say no. Dads are there to say no. And as you know, when kids start to become 3, 4, 5 years old, you have to say no a lot. Not that moms can't say no, but they have a different gifting from the Lord. They are more tender, they're more compassionate, they're more long-suffering. Young men need a masculine figure around so that they can teach them how to use their violent impulses. A single mom, God bless her, does not understand what a man is going through. Similarly, a young woman needs a father around so she could see, hopefully, the type of man one day that she will want to marry. And so you as a father must embody both those things at all times.
As a father.
And Gigi and Mac are going to miss out on both of those, one for Gigi and obviously one for Mac, the different reasons Charlie just laid out that it's important to have a father around. And not only that, they now have a mother around a lot less than before. And I've said it many times, that's a form of neglect, or that is neglect, which is a form of abuse. Your children just lost their father in one of the most violent assassinations of our lifetime. And you choose to take no time to be with them. Not a month, not a couple months. You accept a position knowing full well the responsibilities and the duties because your husband used to hold that position, and that it was going to take you away from them a lot. And my question is too, then, like, okay, so if she's not executing the position in the same way, obviously the only thing I think she's not doing, well, here's the things that she's not doing. She's not doing the campus prove me wrongs, which were, you know, in the spring and in the fall. It never happened in the summer because colleges were out. She's not doing the nighttime speaking engagements that accompanied the daytime prove me wrongs. But she is still doing a lot of the public speaking events. And initially, she went on all of these book tour events because Charlie had promised, and those were his obligations, and she wanted to fulfill them out of honor and respect for him. But she's at least doing 80% of what he was doing before. And if she's not, then who is? If she is, so they claim that she's at home raising the kids a lot. Okay, well, we see her at all these events. The kids aren't there. You're going to make your kids a 1.5, 2-year-old now and a 3.5, 4-year-old now live out of a suitcase. They're not going to have their own bed and their own home, their personal belongings, the regular schedule and routine, that consistency that kids thrive and crave, especially little kids. That's, I mean, either way you parse it out, it's not good for the kids. She didn't even think twice about it, and I think that's just so sad.
Why do we care if there's no father? I grew up without a father. I feel like I'm doing fine. I'm doing great. I'm in college. Like, why are we so towards the father? Why does he need to be there so much?
So just looking at, try to answer my question for me. Do you think, what kind of is there any time, and you're being very vulnerable, and I appreciate that, when you were growing up, and maybe not, where you said, I wish I had a dad around?
My mom says I did wish for that once at a wishing well. But my mom was great. She supported me, provided me.
Sure. No, I'm not. This is not a knock on single moms.
Right.
Oh, that was short. I didn't know it was that short. Hold on. Let me go to the next one.
Hello.
Hi. About that. Well, first question, why can't marriage be allowed with two men or two
This is that same girl's voice. This is like the full clip. Sorry.
women? That question got me.
Yeah, so I mean, allowed and what it is are two different things. So again, just strictly from what marriage has always
This
been.
is also interesting because here's Brian Harpole. Here's his little bag. And there's Dan Flood. And they're on this side of the tables like it was at UVU. And there's no AV equipment over here. So the AV equipment would be on the right side, which is where this is how, you guys, this is how close the camera would be at UVU at this exact angle facing Charlie if they would release it. Okay. And that opening shot that it showed in the very beginning is also the camera that one black dude was in control over at UVU. So there's actually 3 cameras. And then so there's the one in the front, the one in the diagonal that's on the ground behind, and then the one up above. All 3 of those, if we got to see those, we would know what happened to Charlie Kirk. We would know.
Is the idea of 2 separate parts coming in a union to be able to have, hopefully, a lifelong partnership to raise kids, adopt kids, or have kids, and to become better versions of themselves. It is the attraction of opposites. And so if you want to redefine marriage, that's fine. That's your contention. But I take a classical view of marriage.
And then I'm going to keep playing it. Just hold on. Let me read this. Oh, K-Jax, thank you so much again. Erica didn't need to do anything but take care of her kids. Exactly. Tell me she was knowledgeable of Charlie's death. Tell me she was or wasn't knowledgeable of Charlie's death. Like that she didn't know? Tell me she wasn't knowledgeable of Charlie's death. I think she knew. Yeah, I think she had to have known. Yeah, I think she must have known. Yeah, I don't know if she took part in it or she just allowed it to happen. I definitely think so. Somebody had commented on something I wrote or a previous video. So the night before, all right, the night before, September 9th, Frank Turk was there. He's lied about that night. Andrew Colvett was there. We didn't know that before, but Frank Turk recently in his sit down with Jack Hibbs tells everybody that Andrew Colvett was there, Blake Neff was there, Mikey McCoy was there, and Frank Turk was there in the room for that emergency phone call sit down with Josh Hammer was on the phone, Rabbi Wolicki was on the phone, and another rabbi was on the phone. I think that phone call did not go well. Okay? Because when he left and everyone went home, at some point, Charlie sends out the text. You don't text someone that's in the room. He texted Frank Turek, Andrew Colvett, and Dan Smith. Okay? So after the phone call, after that emergency Zoom call, that Frank Turek would have you believe that Charlie called because he wanted pointers. Josh Hammer would sell it the same way. Rabbi Wolicki sells it the same way. That Charlie asked and planned for that phone call so that he could get pointers on how to argue and defend Philly. Yeah, okay. No, I think he was making it. So either a couple things. Either they asked for the phone call, the meeting, to try to make sure, what are you going to say tomorrow? Because guess what happened the week of September, the first week of September? His podcast with Megyn Kelly. That was one of the last things he did. Yes, he also did the Ben Shapiro one, where he asks very good questions of Ben and Philly, but he really lays out how he felt about everything in the one with Megyn. And I think they were panicking. And so I think they called it. Or here's the other option. Okay, so either they called it so that they could have him down and they could be like, bro, what are you going to do tomorrow? Are you going to freaking go max on Philly tomorrow? What if someone gets up and asks you a question? Because we also know Erica has also said that, and I think other people, it might have been like Andrew or Frank, said that there's even more questions about Philly that get asked that never get publicized, that get published in their videos, that they have to edit them out or something. So we know that there's going to be a lot of questions about Philly. All right. And so they either called the meeting and the phone call meeting because they want to know, like, what are you going to say, dude? You better say what we want you to say. Or they called it because they wanted to, which would have been the same reason. Like, what are you going to say? And you better say this, right? To try to get intel and to find out how he was going to be in his responses. The other option is that Charlie did call it, but it was to like let him know, like, you guys, I'm done. I'm gonna do me. Okay, that's it. But either way, the result is the same. Everyone leaves. He sends out a text. Well, and Rabbi Wolicki said it was confrontational. He said it was combative. Okay, so Rabbi Wolicki, who was on that Zoom call, said that the environment, the atmosphere of that meeting was combative. If he was calling it, if Charlie called that meeting just to get pointers, how could it have turned combative at any point? That doesn't make any sense. But if Charlie called it because he wanted it to say, like, I'm going to be honest and I'm going to speak my piece and tell my truth and blah, 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 and you guys can't do anything about it, I could see how it got combative. Or if they called it to find out what he was going to say or tell him what to say, and he was like, no, I'm not going to do that, that's also how it could be combative. But it couldn't have got combative if Charlie called it just to get pointers, just for them to help him with arguments. There's no way. So either way, that conversation became combative at some point, and afterwards, he sends out a text to Frank Turek, Andrew Colvett, and head of security, Dan Flood, and said, I think they're going to take me out. I don't think he said tomorrow, but he said, I think they're going to unalive me. In the context of everyone was there, like Frank Turek and Andrew Colvett was just there. Nothing had happened with the crazy left recently in that day or the day before that there would have been a context for they. Frank and Andrew would have known what they were. Probably some of the people that were on the phone, the people that were defending Philly and trying to get Charlie to defend Philly. And he sent it to Dan Flood too. All of them knew who they was. And it wasn't a crazy transfery leftist. And so he sends that text out. And then we get this story from Erica Kirk that Charlie was in the kitchen banging pots and pans around, making a lot of noise, making food. Okay, that doesn't happen. Hold on, let me get to this. You're on point, man. Thank you, K-Jax. A father like Charlie, we just watched, and I have more clips of Charlie of how serious he took his responsibilities as a father. He's a very considerate person. He's not in the kitchen like banging pots and slamming doors and tossing silverware into the sink. He knows his wife and kids are in the other rooms sleeping. He's going to do what I do, like slowly close the cabinet, slowly close the microwave, slowly put the dish in the sink, not make a lot of noise. So then what woke him up? What woke them up? Well, I'll get to it after I read. Well, no, actually, let me get to it before I do this. I don't think Erica went to bed. Okay. I think the kids were asleep. I think once Charlie sent out that text to Frank, Andrew, and Dan, I think they reached out to Erica. And I think they put her in the game. Okay. And they probably said something to the effect of, you need to go talk to Charlie. We just got this text from him. It seems like he might do something tomorrow at UVU. He might say something. I don't think it'll be good. You better go fix this. It's your turn. We all tried. The meeting didn't work. It made it worse. We all got in a fight. It got combative. That's what Rabbi Wolicki said. It got combative. You need to go talk to him. You got to change his mind. That's why you became his wife. In my opinion, she was always I don't know, whatever another term for honeypot is, but like an agent, like a sleeping agent that gets activated only when and if the need be, right? We know that she is with James Cadiz being so pro-Philly and then literally flies and goes to Tucker and is anti-Philly. What? In front of Charlie. Not in front of Charlie, pro-Philly. In front of Charlie, anti-Philly. So she's playing people. She's acting. She's manipulating. She's spinning her web. So I think she was also there for worst case scenario. And I think worst case scenario happened on September 9th. And they needed her to go in and try to get him to do what they wanted, to change their mind, to change his mind, and to defend Philly and to not say anything crazy. And I think when she did that, instead of coming to him and be like, hey, I just got a message from Dan that you're afraid someone's going to take you out. What are you afraid of? Who are you afraid of? Maybe call off the event. No, in fact, I'm your wife. Call off the event. Stay home. It's one event. You're massive. This is not going to hurt your image. This is not going to hurt your career and TPUSA. In fact, they could have spun this in so many different ways to their advantage. But she could have advocated for him to stay home, to not go. I don't think that's what happened. I think she tried to push him back in the direction that all those people in that meeting were trying to push him. And I think he freaking, after everything that had happened early over the last year, he was like, oh, like I knew these guys were bad, especially now, but you. He probably maybe even already had a feeling. But if she comes out and is like, just do it. Take the money. Say the words. It's just words. Like Andrew Colvett. She keeps Andrew Colvett on. She allows Andrew Colvett to lie. Andrew Colvett's gut reaction is to lie. Charlie had an issue. Andrew was like, we can just lie. Why don't we just lie? Charlie's like, no, we don't do that. I don't do that. What are you talking about? You don't do that as long as you work for me. And Andrew, oh, okay. Well, okay. It's easy though. Erica lies. We know that. We've caught her time and time again. So I think the way Andrew operates is the way Erica operates. And I think it probably clicked for Charlie that night. And I think they got in an argument for sure. Because what would wake a kid up? A cabinet shutting? No. And I don't even think that Charlie would have been making all this stupid noise in the kitchen anyways. That's just kind of a stupid exaggeration. You know, it's just like, well, it's obviously covering for what really happened. And I think an argument obviously happened because then Gigi wakes up. What makes a child more distraught? Watching your parents argue, especially if your parents didn't argue a lot. And if this was an argument to end all arguments, an argument that was so serious that Charlie was like, holy smokes, you're one of freaking them. And Charlie goes, I'm not sleeping in the room with you tonight. We're done. We're done after tonight. Gigi can sleep in the bed with you. You can help her relax and calm down. She's obviously distraught. She's the oldest. She probably woke up to the sound of their voices arguing. I'm going to sleep in the other room. You have Gigi in the room. Then he wakes up early. He takes a shower in a different bathroom, not in their bathroom. Okay, not in the master bathroom. He took a shower in the guest bathroom. He left everything on the floor, wet towel, dirty clothes, based on Erica's telling. And we know that when you do ops and, manipulation, you lace in truth with lies. Like it's a mixture of truth with fiction. Then he comes in. He doesn't give her a kiss goodbye. He doesn't wake her up and say goodbye. He doesn't wake up and say, sorry for last night. I love you. I'm going to UVU. He grabs his necklace and his ring. Okay, he would need that as a public figure anyways. Like, even if they did, and I do believe they got in a fight, he's not going to want the world to think that they're getting a divorce. He's going to wear the ring. Okay, he's going to wear the necklace. He's not going to give any sign to the public that are wanting to look at any little thing that's different and analyze it and draw conclusions from it. He's not going to give his enemies any ammo. He's going to go in, grab his ring, grab his necklace, and leave. But he would have kissed her goodbye. He would have said goodbye, especially if he thought that his life was in danger, which we know he did. He sent the text out. If they were in good standing, if there was no argument, why wouldn't he have wanted to kiss Erica? Why wouldn't he have just woken her up and said, I love you, given her a kiss? I'll call you as soon as I'm done. It didn't happen. And then he leaves. And also the night before, the day before, she asked, do you want me to go with you? He said, no. You need to stay home. Your role, you're needed at home. I think these are all indications that there was something wrong in the marriage and that something really, really went wrong the night before. Because as a husband, if I thought my life was in danger going out of the house, I already do this because so many crazy things could happen in a day. Unexpected accidents, car accidents. Life is unexpectedly tragic. You always want to kiss your wife and kids goodbye all the time, every time, and tell them how much you love them. You never want the sun to go down with an argument left unsettled and unresolved. You never want to leave the house on bad terms. But if something was unfixable, unresolvable, then you would. And so I think that's probably what happened. And so I think in that regard, once he leaves and doesn't say goodbye and they don't resolve whatever issue had arose the night before, I think she sends out the text message to everyone. We're a go. In my opinion, this is my opinion. He just left. He's got his ring. He's got his necklace. It didn't work. I have no clue what he's going to say. He didn't listen to me. We got in a fight. He slept in the other room. I think we're a go. This is my opinion based on circumstantial evidence. But I think that is the most likely thing that happened. All right, let me read. Okay, I got that one. You're right on point. We got this one, which is, I'm confused. If Andrew Colvett was at the meeting, then he was already in Scottsdale, must have flown to Provo with Erica. So when did the tarmac hug happen? That's a good question. So I need to go back and watch how Andrew Colvett tells this, how Frank Turek tells the story. Because he says, okay, so Andrew might have not been in person. Andrew might have just been on the Zoom call. I got to go back and listen to how he said it. But he does say Mikey was in and out of the room. So Mikey was there in person. And I think he said Blake was too. I got to go back and watch how he worded it. He said these people were on the call, like Rabbi Woolicki was in Philly. There was another like Jewish rabbi that was in the United States. Josh Hammer was on. And then he says, I swear I thought, and I could be wrong, he said that Andrew Colvett himself and Mikey McCoy were there and that Mikey was in and out. And that was an interesting thing too. Like, why would Mikey have been in and out? Where's Mikey going? This conversation gets combative. Who's Mikey calling? Why is Mikey leaving and coming back? And he said multiple times, like he was in and out. Not like not Mikey left. Mikey like left, came back, and left again, in and out. So I need to go back and listen to what Frank said, because that's a good question, right? Because if yeah, because based on what research Barron had done, it looks like Andrew left San Bernardino or San Luis Obispo, where does he live? It's in California. It's like it's not San Bernardino. Okay, I think it's San Luis Obispo or something like that. But anyways, that the actual flight that they say, that TPUSA says that Andrew was on, is not the actual one he was on. They said that he took a direct flight from somewhere in California where he lives. I think it's San Bernardino or San Luis Obispo. Maybe one of you could put it in the chat. And he flew directly to Provo from there. But that couldn't have been the case because of, and I'd have to go back and look at all the circumstances around it. But I just remember that it seems to be that Barron and Daisy and even Erica, and Candace pointed out that it's more likely there was this like turnaround flight that came to Arizona to pick up like Erica and some of the other team and then fly. And that Andrew most likely was on that flight, that he was already there, and that he didn't fly separately from California to Utah and then meet Erica on the tarmac. Right. But I can go back and look at that because, oh my gosh, there's so much information on the flights and the timing of the flights. Oh, what's up, Jessica? I'll get to yours in a second too. Okay. Has Erica ever responded to people posting her old videos? Obvious fame chaser. There's so much out there proving she wasn't living a Christian life. Has Erica ever responded to people posting her old videos? No. Not that I know of. Do you guys know of any? No, she obviously was a fame chaser. Like, need I remind you? Like, let's see. I have it here. Like, we can just remember. Let me pull it up. No, where? Oh my goodness. Oh, geez. Why does it do that? All right. Do you guys remember this?
Hi.
Good morning, America.
I've lived in China. I've lived in Chongqing. I've been to Romania. I've been to Croatia. Lived in Puerto Rico for a little bit. Really handsome.
You look gorgeous. Are you fixing I got a little bacon. Babe, that's deep in there. Give them a cleavage. People want cleavage. Showcase it.
Sex sells, babe.
Sex sells. That's me.
That's against our religion.
It's not. It's within the confines of marriage.
So a couple things there, right? So we know that she lied about not living in China. Obviously, it's been debunked multiple times. Even Charlie said that she told him that she lived in China. So she admits it there as well, but that she also lived in Puerto Rico, China, Chongqing, Romania. The China and Puerto Rico, she was living with another man as an adult, living together. So you know that they're engaging outside of the confines of marriage. She jokes about it. So she says sex sells, and then he says, wait, he said like only in the confines of marriage, or wait, she says that's against my religion. She says that's against our religion. And then he says, no, it's not, in the confines of marriage, but they're not married. Okay. And they're living together. That's JT Massey. They're living together. And she thinks it's funny. But she supposedly saved herself. No, she didn't. Yeah, no, she's, I mean, it's such, and so, yeah, it's just hypocritical. I mean, there wouldn't have been anything wrong for her to have the past. The past in itself is not what's wrong. The lying about it. It's the lying about the past, misrepresenting the past, trying to hide the past, trying to rewrite the past. That's what's wrong. Acting like that wasn't her past. Acting like she was living this Christian life her whole life, that she was living this godly, virtuous Christian woman life, preparing and waiting for Charlie. She said it all the time, like, no, you got to be the woman that will attract your future husband. She was like, I don't know who she was dating in January of 2018. It might have been Cabot Phillips. She lied about that. Lied about drinking, how long she did. I didn't date or drink, the whole time I lived in New York. Lied. She was on a dating show drinking right up into the day before she met Charlie. She left that filming set in the Hamptons and went to meet Charlie at the Bill Bob's Burgers event, interview. It's not, why couldn't she use her past as a testimony? Right? Like, yeah, I used to actually live a totally non-Christian lifestyle. I was the worst. I was a boss babe. I was chasing men. I was chasing pleasure. I was chasing fame and fortune and success and career. I had bought into this independent, feminine mystique lifestyle. More than anyone, I embodied it. And then I actually dedicated my life to Christ right before I met Charlie. And God changed my life. Why couldn't she have done that? Because there's so much to hide. Because that's not even true. That's why she couldn't do that. Because that isn't true. And so they had to rewrite and tell a narrative that Charlie would be okay with. Charlie wouldn't have been okay with, she just came from a dating show to meet me. The whole context of the interview was that she was going to head TPUSA Faith. You're gonna bring on a promiscuous, worldly, secular, career boss babe, non-virtuous woman to lead TPUSA Faith. No, they had to whitewash her past. And they did. And they all did it together. Tyler Boyer helped. Bet Lori Franzfey helped. A lot of them. They all helped to hide Erica's past. They did a good enough job because Charlie wouldn't have had time to look into it. He would have outsourced the background check. He would have outsourced by asking Tyler, well, you seem to known her. You're the one that tried to meet us multiple times. You had her at the rally. You brought her to the headquarters twice. You're the one that set up this interview. You're family friends with her. Who is she? Is she legit? And then you have James Cadiz, Frank Turek, Rob McCoy, Greg Laurie, these pastors, well respected within the Protestant community, non-denominational community, all saying, you better marry Erica. She is God's plan for your life. He is going to bless you if you marry her. You better marry her. Don't be stupid. Marry her before God takes the blinders off of her eyes. You better do it. It's God's will. And we see time and time again, Rob did it about going to that church. You told us you were going to do it. You better do it. It's God's will. You said God told you to do it. They used their authority and their influence as pastors and as Christian pastors to push Charlie in certain directions, where to go, what to do, who to marry, how quick they should marry. The quicker they could get him to marry her, the less time would be for him to ever find out through Candace or through anyone else anything true about Erica. They had to make it happen fast. And yes, Charlie also didn't believe in long engagements, but I also think they were with a race against time, right? Time was not on their side. Any more time that went on that they were unmarried, Charlie could find out more things about Erica and then not marry her. But once he's married, he could end up finding out whatever. And he's going to have to try to, they're also the people that did the premarital counseling. They would be the ones that he would go to for advice on marriage. Like, hey, dude, like, she lied to me before we got married and said that she hadn't done any of these things. And then I found out she actually had all these boyfriends and was living with them and was doing all these things. I feel like our whole marriage is a sham. They would convince him and guide him and counsel him. You got to forgive her. It's your job. You're married now. That's a covenant before God. You don't divorce someone because they lied to you about their past, right? Here's the thing. Who did they call the night before to pray over their marriage? Was it one of these Calvary Chapel pastors? Frank Turk was at the house that week. He was there Monday and Tuesday. Why didn't they ask Frank to pray over the marriage? Charlie, by Candace's admission, had started losing respect, faith, and, of all those pastors like Frank, Jack, Rob, Greg. He was distancing himself from them. They called a Catholic priest to pray over their marriage, to pray over Erica and him. Why wouldn't they have asked a pastor that was just in their house? I don't think he trusted Frank anymore. That's why I don't think he thought Frank was his, father. It was like a father to him. He didn't even know Butch Hibbs was coming. Butch called Jack the night before when all of this arguing was going on, this emergency phone call. Charlie didn't even know Butch Hibbs, Jack Hibbs' brother, was going to be there until he got there. All these guys were working behind the scenes against Charlie, in my opinion. If he trusted Frank, he would have asked Frank to pray over his marriage. He obviously didn't think of Frank that much. They had a Catholic priest pray over their marriage. Okay. Let's see. I read that one. Let's see. I'm confused. I read that one. Has Erica. Okay, there's this one. Okay. Also, what caused Charlie to remove the wedding ring? Okay. So a couple things. And this is my opinion, but so I wear like a silicone ring. But I take it off when I sleep. I'm not like on the spectrum, but I do have sensory things. Like I don't like, at night I wear like a special type of shirt that's very thin and very light. Because if it's too tight and thick, if the collar's too tight and thick around my neck and on my collarbone, it like bugs me. It bugs me so much I can't relax. I know Candace said that Charlie could fall asleep anywhere, but I think when you see Charlie fidget with things, it's a sign that there is sensory sensitivity. He's aware of his ring. He's always playing with it, where it's how tight it is, how it's positioned. It would slide down. He would push it back up. He's constantly doing this with it and flipping it. It also was like a diabetic style ring where it wasn't closed on the back. It had the ability to spread it or make it tighter or looser. And I don't know why. I don't think he was diabetic, but I think that he fluctuated in weight. And you can see that over the years. Like his weight did fluctuate. I think he traveled a lot too. When you travel a lot to different environments, to like Colorado, high altitudes, you travel to North Idaho, and then you're in the low desert. You're going to different environments. Your body retains water differently. You can swell up. and then you can shrink out, shrink up too. And that would make the ring. And so if you try and you're flying a lot does that too. I think it could bother him on his finger if it gets too tight, if it gets too loose. And so having a ring that has the ability to, you can tighten it or loosen it, I think serves the fact that his weight fluctuated, but also that he flew to like high elevation, low elevation, desert, dryness, wetness, and that would change his body's retention and stuff. I definitely take off my, I don't wear jewelry, but when I did wear necklaces and like I used to wear a St. Michael pendant, I would take it off when I shower and I would take it off when I sleep. It's the last thing I do, but it's the first thing I do in the morning. I would take off my ring, and I used to have like a promise ring and choose a St. Michael necklace. And I would take those off before I take a shower and leave them off when I go to bed. And then right when I wake up, if I took a shower, then I wait and then I put it on after. If I didn't take a shower, then I put it right on right away. I don't know that him taking it off is a sign of the argument. Yeah. But I think the other circumstances surrounding that night, I think there are signs and indications of an argument. Because Erica also pointed out that his adrenal glands were like firing, like we're just going off. And then she tells this whole story about him preparing for UVU like it was a Super Bowl. I think he was anxious about UVU. I think there was a lot of anticipation, anxiety, and stress about UVU. His tic, so when you have tics, anytime you have lack of sleep, high stress, high anxiety, frustration, tics go up. They go up in their intensity and in their frequency. And what we see in the morning of the entrepreneur interview and then him at UVU, it does look like his tic was more intense. It was bigger. And it was really straining on that side of his body. I don't think that he was preparing for an event that was just like every other event. UVU was no different than any other campus event. All the thousands and thousands of events he's done over the years. At that point, Charlie had already formed all of his arguments. He didn't need that group of people to help him with an argument. He also didn't need a whiteboard like Always Sunny in Philadelphia, like all planned out like he was going to the Super Bowl. I agree with Candace. The Super Bowl is stressful because it happens one time a year, and you don't even get to go every year. Some people play their whole careers and never go. Okay? So it's a very novel, new thing for most people that make it there. And even people that make it there again, it's a different team, it's a different stadium. It's always going to be a little bit stressful. For Charlie Kirk, he's been to UVU before. He's done thousands and thousands of these campus events. You've seen one college student, you've seen them all. Okay? There was nothing new under the sun with him with these campus events. He wasn't planning and preparing for it like it was a Super Bowl. I think he was stressed to no end that his life was in danger and that if they were going to do it, they would do it at the very, very first event. Because any event that Charlie does past that first event, like if they allowed him to answer any questions, the possibility that someone asks him a question about Philly and then he gets to answer his honest answer about Philly pose a significant threat. That's why Hunter Kozak had to go second. That's why Hunter Kozak had to do it on the second question. That's why Hunter Kozak's practicing his reaction, in my opinion. That's why Hunter Kozak lied to the TPUSA person. So they pre-screened the questions. As the people are saying, hey, I want to ask Charlie a question, and they go, okay, what are you going to ask him? The person that was near him, I think it was, what's his name? Henry Dell, who was the first questioner, the Mormon guy. He retold the story that Hunter Kozak lied. When they pre-screened Hunter Kozak's questions, Hunter Kozak never told them the question that he eventually asked Charlie the final question. I think that's interesting. I think Hunter Kozak is a plant. Like he was part of it somehow, in my opinion. Okay. He's practicing the reaction. He lied about what question he was going to ask. Then he asks a question that happened to be totally in sync with the official narrative, the bull S, Tyler Robinson, lone gunman, dating a furry trans, boyfriend narrative. It just so happened the last question was about gun violence and trans people. Not a coincidence. It just so happens that at the Barry Weiss sit-down town hall, Hunter Kozak gets called up. Okay, if you're a real grieving widow, all right, and the very last person to ever exchange words with your husband, and that was actually a part of the American or Un-F America tour, these people made their whole organization about attacking and making Charlie's life difficult. Okay? They would go to all the same events and they would run opposition. They would try to get people to the front. They were very hostile with Charlie. That's Hunter Kozak. He's one of the crazy left. All right? And Erica's not only okay with that, she allows Barry Weiss to bring him on to the town hall meeting and to ask her a freaking question. What? That's disgusting. I would never want to see that person. Okay? I would never want to talk with that person. If I did, I'd want to punch that person straight in the face. Maybe worse. Because it definitely looks like that Hunter Kozak had some sort of connection and affiliation to the people that planned and executed the assassination on Charlie Kirk. Not Tyler, not Lance Twiggs. Well, maybe Lance, because Lance seems to be in some way part of all this. He's getting immunity. Seems like he's part of framing Tyler. But all of the rest, he's communicating with the security team. It's weird. It almost looks like Hunter at some point was unwilling. Okay, he's over there practicing. Henry Dell is almost done. Then Henry Dell finishes, and then this really big burly security guard is talking with Hunter, and Hunter's hesitant to walk up to the mic, and that big burly security guard comes up like this to him, and then Hunter reluctantly goes to the mic. There's something that happens in that interaction that we don't really get to hear, but we see. And it's weird because body language can say a lot. There's something in the exchange there that it seems like Hunter's being forced, threatened to get up to the freaking mic. Like if Hunter had any second thoughts or, doubts about what he was about to do. But asking a question that ended up being perfectly in line with the Fed slop BS narrative is not a coincidence. And Erica Kirk allowed him onto the town hall. So I definitely think Erica Kirk knows at least after the fact. For sure after the fact, and is complicit after the fact, in my opinion. But when you look at everything, with the argument the night before, and even the planning of the event being planned so short, and her being anti-Philly and then pro-Philly and then anti-Philly and then pro-Philly, when she's in front of Charlie, then when she's not in front of Charlie, and then what they've done after the fact, it looks like this was the plan. She didn't hesitate about taking over CEO. She just did it without thinking, without praying, without realizing oh no, Charlie would want me to stay home with the kids. She just does it. She lies about the text messages. She's lied about everything, about him appointing her as CEO. To me, this is indications of guilt and complicity. All right, let me read this. Just Jessica. Okay, or she went tobed. Or she went to bed with Gigi on purpose because she knew what was coming. He slept in the other bed to be quiet. Everything else, she says, call signs, because they probably were already not kissing goodbye. Everything else she says are signs or call signs. I don't know what the call signs part are signs because they probably were already not kissing goodbye. Why would they not be kissing goodbye like already? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by call signs. But the thing is, she said she didn't go to bed with Gigi on purpose. She said that her story is that Charlie woke Gigi up with the banging of the pots and the pans in the kitchen and everything. And then Gigi's in bed doing acrobatic flips and kicking, and that would be too much for Charlie. And so she just told Charlie to sleep in Gigi's bed. Let's see. Okay, does the good Pastor James know about JT Massey? I mean, he probably does. He probably knows a lot. But I mean, I think he's complicit in all of this. Like, he's one of the main ones that said, like, he knows their marriage better than anyone else. He's the one that said multiple times that he was putting pressure on Charlie to marry Erica. He was saying, like, this is God's will. God's going to bless you. She's a godly woman. She's a Christian. He said he knew it after just like 4 seconds of meeting her. He said that he met her through Charlie, but then he said, I've known her for 10 years in 2026, which predates Erica being in Charlie's life. He swears up and down of this godly Christian woman without knowing anything about her past and who she is. So that wouldn't make any sense. A pastor that's wise isn't going to vouch for someone that they know nothing about. 4 minutes after meeting her, he's telling, and just meeting Charlie, supposedly, he's telling Charlie, you better marry Erica. And supposedly by James's own retelling of the story, Charlie's like, I just met you. What are you talking about? Like, what are you saying? James doesn't care. James is now calling Charlie his little brother. It's all just too weird for me to think that they're not all in some way, shape, or form, in on all of it. Frank Turek lying about UVU, having blood on him, not having blood on him. You know, drones, no drones. Oh, that he thought that it was dangerous looking at the roofs, doing CPR. Brian's like, we didn't do CPR. You don't do CPR with a massive gaping wound in the neck. You got to stop the bleeding. There's a lot of inconsistencies in all their stories. And yet they all defend one another, stick up for one another, and, you know, promote one another as like good, godly, upstanding, amazing men that would never do anything ever dishonest or nefarious with Charlie. It's nuts. Okay, let's see. How did they convince Charlie to do UVU while his Asia tour was already planned? I assume plus the morning interview. That was too much last minute. Well, it wasn't like last. Okay. So last minute being that, like, the UVU event was planned within a month or so, like a couple months. Like, he must have known by like when I think it went out in June, I think was when the official request for that location was made. The Asia tour was also put on in like June or July. So like he knew, and someone else is doing Charlie's schedule. Okay. Charlie said that himself. He has someone that plans his schedule down to every 6 minutes. And then he has people handling where he's going, what he's doing, who he's talking to. They just tell Charlie, hey, this is upcoming. You're going here. This is who we're meeting. This is what we're talking about. You're going here. This is what we're meeting. He had such a massive organization. All of the planning, preparation, and all that was done by other people. They just notified Charlie. The only thing that would have been out of the ordinary is that they notified him only, like a month or so in advance instead of like 6, 8, 9 months in advance that UVU would be the first event. Also that, the Asia tour, and then right after that, the entrepreneur tour. I'm sure things come up that like, hey, I'm sorry, I screwed up on your schedule. I thought this was for October, but it's tomorrow. We got to go there before. We know that Rob just said in the video I played, that kind of stuff happens all the time. They were flying to Boise for the Boise event, and then someone reached out to Rob, the senior pastor of Candlelight, and asked Rob, hey, I'm up here in Coeur d'Alene. Can you bring Charlie up? And then, of course, Rob, being Rob, is like, yeah, I could get Charlie to come up here. And then Rob's like, remember, God told you should do it. You can't back out now. And then he had someone gift him a plane. That's what Rob said in that speech that we played. Someone provided the plane to fly from Boise up to Coeur d'Alene, and then wherever they flew out from there. And that Charlie was like, dude, why do we have to do this again? I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I don't really want to do it. And then Rob was like, God told you, Charlie. Remember, God told you. You got to do it. That kind of stuff, I think, happened all the time with all these people. Frank was there in Asia. Okay, you have Dan and Brian. You have Andrew and Blake and Mikey. They're all probably adding things on his plate, telling him at different times. And Charlie had to go with it. I think some of this was very last minute for what's typical, but I think things probably got added on his schedule all the time. Probably not all like it did this time, but I'm sure that they explained it away by like blaming someone. Andrew lies. That's his modus operandi for how to handle difficult situations. So instead of saying anything suspicious or weird, he's just going to lie about it. Rob's going to use faith and Charlie's Christian faith to manipulate him. God told you to do this. Remember? Oh, no, you don't remember? You told me God told you to do this. Just Jessica. Andrew said Charlie was mad, actually super irritated. So he made a deal with him to do a morning interview. Sort of. Okay. Charlie was mad that Andrew planned the Ben Shapiro interview for the day before UVU. Okay. Charlie wasn't mad about the entrepreneur interview. Is that what you mean? We know that Andrew said it himself. Charlie was mad about the Ben Shapiro interview that happened the day before September 10th. I'm pretty sure it happened on Tuesday. It might have happened Monday. I'd have to go back and look at the timeline, but it happened either Monday or Tuesday. That's the interview that Charlie was mad about, having to sit with freaking Ben Shapiro. And then are you saying what? Like Andrew said, fine, I'll make it up to you. You'll do this entrepreneur interview the morning of UVU. I mean, obviously, I think that they had to keep Charlie really busy. Okay. Because guess what happens when you're really exhausted? Your awareness, your attention to detail, your focus, your ability to have any free time to notice any kind of difference, any kind of alteration in the schedule or people that are around you, all of that decreases. The more busy, the more tired, the more exhausted, the more frustrated you are. Your brain starts to operate on fewer and fewer, and you're barely, operating on what you typically operate on. And so keeping him flying here, going there, doing this, doing that, I think was also an attempt to try to get him exhausted, to try to get him till he couldn't pay attention. He couldn't ask questions. He wouldn't notice anything. And that also when you're like really exhausted, you're just like, fine, let's just go freaking do it. Let's go do it. Let's just get it done. So, yeah. hopefully I answered all those questions. Let's see. Let me go back here. I really want to find the part where he calls out Jack Hibbs, because I thought that was super. It might even be here. Hold on. Let's see. And then if you guys have other supers, I'm not going anywhere. Let's see. Christian Zionism. Is Christian Zionism in retreat? I don't know.
A lot of people, including the Fair report said it, or a lot of evangelicals who are skeptical suddenly about whether it's a good idea to support Israel. What are pastors like this? Are they getting pushback? Like, what's their experience?
They're kind of a lot of these pastors. So this far, Doc, a lot of these churches are mega churches. They went after they geofenced the big boys, right? Because if you geofence a small rural church in Pennsylvania that has 75 members, what's the point of that? No,
right.
I want to geofence a church that has 7,500 members, 10,000 members.
Right.
And so these guys are already big influencers in regards to their church, and then in regards to the social media sphere. So they just like calcify together. You know, you have groups of them now just going on podcasts, sitting doing the same thing we are.
Is that true?
Oh yeah.
Defending these positions?
Yeah. Yeah. His name's Jack Hibbs. He was on a podcast the other day. And he said, Israel was created in a day. And there's prophetic words in the Bible that say that. Well, no, they signed the documents in a day, but the nation state of Israel was decades in coming. And so does that make sense? They'll take a scripture out of context and apply it to the nation state. And then everybody will take that same soundbite. Similar to when I said with you last that Christianity is more of a socialist construct than a capitalist construct. Everybody goes, oh, Nathan's a socialist. Tucker had a socialist on. He's a communist.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. You take 3 or 4 words and you can create whatever conversation you want around.
So you're not a socialist?
I am not a socialist, no.
Yeah. But it's all part of the propaganda machine. I mean, they don't.
For sure.
Right. So, but like someone like Jack Hibbs, or not, to call him out by name.
Let's do it. Let's call him out.
He deserves it. But sorry, excuse me. Trying to stay Christian. Does he get any pushback? Or another way to ask would be, do pastors like that have growing churches or shrinking churches? Like, is Christian Zionism in retreat, or is it expanding?
I can't speak empirically on that.
Yep.
But I would say it's retreating from just my sphere of influence.
Yes.
A lot of these churches now are their congregations shrinking, and they have these huge buildings. So what they're doing is they're putting up curtains about halfway through the pews, and they shove everybody to the front so people can't sit in the back anymore. So they're starting to stack their churches, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So they look full, but they're really at 20-30% capacity.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And then what they do, a lot of them do, is on their social programs, like we have a.
So the point that I wanted to play there is that like, they're dancing around this. Well, not intentionally, but they're so close to talking about, because this whole FARA filing, in my opinion, happened because Charlie told Bibi no. Okay. Charlie writes the letter to Bibi in May 2025. Bibi turns around and asks Charlie, can I come on your show? Charlie says no. Bibi turns around and then goes on a bunch of other American podcasts in America. Didn't go well. Charlie never told Bibi to do these things. He was telling Bibi, you should have people, changing your approach to media and propaganda. Charlie does the Young Women's Leadership Summit, the Student Action Summit, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Dave Smith, Josh Hammer. And then also during the SAS timeframe, he's doing the sit down with Andrew Colvett and the students, the chapter heads at TPUSA, and they're only talking about Philly. I think Andrew is reporting back to Adelson and others, and Adelson's reporting back to Bibi, or even Andrew is reporting back to other people that are connected to Bibi. Everything that Charlie is doing, everything that Charlie's saying. So they have a minute by minute understanding of Charlie's increasing, his evolution of his turning on Philly. Because then, right, and we know that also Charlie goes to the White House and advocates for no war with Iran. Bibi argues for the opposite. Bibi visits 7 times in 1 year, advocating for war with Iran. Charlie flies to Tucker. They talk about Philly, right? And we know also when Tucker went on, Charlie told Tucker to go max. Erica's pretending she's playing to be, or she is pro-Philly when Charlie's not around, then she's anti-Philly, Charlie in front of Charlie and Tucker. We also have the Hamptons retreat. They bully and pressure Charlie. We have the Aspen retreat. Supposedly people are asking Charlie questions regarding what's going to happen to TPUSA in the event that something happens to you. Bibi wanted to use Charlie and TPUSA instead of creating a whole new, media company and renaming it Israel Truth Network. Charlie turned him down. It takes time to raise like $4 million, which is the first FARA filing to show faith by works, and to write up that whole FARA filing paperwork and like have it all planned, all the different churches, the October 7th VR experience, the different media companies that are going to be involved in sending out propaganda, the different websites that people are going to be rerouted to. That doesn't all come together in like a matter of weeks. That's like months in planning. I think when Charlie turned Bibi down, the $180, it had either already started, because these kind of people are planning for multiple contingencies at the same time, right? And then when Charlie was afforded, this is one of your last chances, take the money, he says no. I think the very, very, very last chance that happens is the phone call meeting the night before. But the paperwork for the FAR filing, the Show Faith by Works, gets like filed on September like 18th. Around there. I think they even it either gets processed on the 18th, but on some of the documents it even says, I think September 8th or 9th, or I'd have to go back and look at it, but it's all right then, which is very interesting that it all happens in that 2-week time frame, which shows that that was in the works. Okay. Yeah, he gets pressured at the Hamptons. He said that it was like combative, confrontational. He was pressured. He's receiving personal text messages, emails, phone calls. People are pressuring him, calling him, telling him, and they start pulling money. They're pulling money. They're threatening him. They're telling him what to do, what to say. As Charlie got closer to September 10th, the pressure got more intense. Right? And the Aspens retreat as well, with people asking, if something happens to you, what are you going to do? It's crazy. I know Candace kind of restructured that and said, she doesn't think that the people said it in a negative way, that it was actually, she knows the 2 donors and they asked it more in a way like, hey, you're just one person, right? Yeah, you're doing a lot. You're wearing many hats. Well, what if something happens to you? What's going to happen to TPUSA? So I get that she said that. Also, we have to take into context that like Erica Kirk and all of these, Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff, Mikey McCoy, are all telling stories that Charlie for like the last year was having private conversations with them where he said this same thing over and over. Andrew said that. We played it. He said, so he said, Charlie said this a lot. He was telling everybody, if something happens to me, Erica Kirk's going to run Turning Point. She's going to be CEO. He said the board already knew. We all knew. We just all thought Charlie was going to be around for another 50 years. So we thought nothing of it. Nothing would ever happen because we never expected anything to happen. Oh, but Charlie was going around just telling everyone. And simultaneously, they would have you believe that Charlie was also going to Blake Neff and Mikey McCoy, preparing them in the event he's murdered, that they call Erica, that they call pastors, that they call Erica. So supposedly Charlie was really focused and paranoid that something was going to happen to him. And he was preparing everyone for, how to handle if something happened to him and how to get Erica in as CEO. Yeah. I think that's just a BS narrative that they're all pushing to make everyone accept it, Let's see. This is why I hope your channel keeps growing. You seem to have a solid grasp on what's happening, and your content covers the entire takeover in a way that makes sense. Thank you. Thank you. I have spent a lot of time, like I watch Candace and Baron. I watch other people as well. And I'm watching everything. I think I've watched more of Erica, I think, than anyone else, honestly. I watched her, I think, when a lot of people weren't focusing on her. Like if you go back and watch a lot of my early content, my whole focus was on Erica to find out more lies. Because every time like I saw someone play a short clip of something, I'd be like, where is that from? And what else has she said? Because that's the other thing. These people, they can't help themselves. They get up and they think so highly of themselves, and they're so afraid. They're so not afraid of being held accountable and being caught that they get up and say things, and then like they have Freudian slips, or their subconscious lets things out, and you're like, wait, what did she just say? And then like other things you can compare to find out the truth. I've watched so much of Erica that I know that so I was telling my wife this the other day. That's why I have that statement that she has bumper sticker slogan Christianity. She's betting on that most people don't go to multiple events of hers. If you look back at her speeches over the years, they're mainly the same thing. The only thing that really changes is she'll pick a different verse and passage that she teaches on that I think she uses like AI or someone else does for her, probably like James or someone, you know. But then all of the messaging is the same, and it's the same statements. She tells the same stories, like don't use your children to get a free discount or a code. Don't put your child, swim in a stream of significance. Like she says all of these things all of the time. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with Frank. It's the same thing with all these guys. They're like all playing a role. They're like reading a script. They're acting. They can't be genuine. Like Frank does the same thing. You know, the only thing that exceeds Charlie Kirk's intellect was his humility. It's hard to teach someone that's smarter than you. Every time we went on a walk, there's always a 300-pound bodyguard with me. Like he literally would say the same exact thing every time when talking about September 10th and the days before. Erica's the same way. Because they can't be themselves, because who they are is not the person they're portraying themselves to be. Charlie never did that. Charlie wasn't playing a part. He was the Truman, right? He was Truman in the Truman Show. Everyone around him were actors, were ops, were agents, in my opinion, but he was the only one that wasn't. And he was the only one that didn't know. But I think he was beginning to find out at the end. You know? Yeah. Hold on, I think. Okay. Let's see. Where are we at? Oh, wow. It's almost a 4-hour night. Holy smokes. Let me finish this. Wait, this one. I love that you guys. Hey, I haven't done this tonight. Can you guys do me a favor and hit the like and the subscribe? It's the best way to help support the channel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, let's finish listening to this.
Based on like, what is that based on? What the Bible?
The natural law.
Is that the Bible?
Well, natural law is separate than the Bible, but it's harmonic with the Bible. That's correct.
Okay.
Because what would you say? What is the purpose of marriage?
Marriage is like, I love you, you love me. Let's get together.
Can a 25-year-old marry an 8-year-old?
No.
Why?
Because that 8-year-old is not ready, like they
got it. So at
are
some
not
point,
adults.
so then let's build out your definition more then. Love each other, but also what? What is the purpose? What is the destination of marriage?
We are two adults. We love
Got
each
it.
other.
Fair enough. Okay, we love each other. End of story.
Well, let's give me another thing and maybe I'll add to it.
Okay, but is that it? Just is it about union, partnership, friendship? What is
I think it's just like, let's get our taxes good. Like, let's just get married. Like, I don't think there needs to be some big crazy
no, that's
reason.
actually, no, I'm not attacking you. I think marriage is holy. And by holy, I don't just mean in a religious sense. Holy means separate, meaning it should be elevated. It should be celebrated. It's something that is so above the rest. And you just think it's like a tax advantage. That's fine, because actually most Americans agree with you.
Yeah.
I think marriage is something where we should drop everything, like, wow, two separate parts have just made a lifelong covenant with one another to learn about the other and to grow with each other, and it's difficult. And I think that we've lost that.
I mean, I'm Jewish, and like in Judaism, there's the when you get married, the religious marriage, and then there's the government marriage. Like you have to get married twice, basically. So I think what you're talking about is probably the religious marriage, like with a priest. I'm talking about governmental marriage.
I'm even talking about government. I'm just saying traditionally our governmental marriage, again, I'm in the vast minority of opinion in the country, this has been the classical view that it's a man and a woman coming together in something sacred and something holy or elevated. Again, that's not...
I would say that's just a Christian marriage.
It's not necessarily Christian. In Judaism, in traditional rabbinical Judaism, Orthodox, homosexual marriage is not recognized.
That is true.
So it's not Christian. In Islam, homosexual marriage is not recognized.
Okay.
So it's not just Christian.
Okay.
So it's Abrahamic.
Abrahamic.
All right, we agree.
Why do we care if there's no father? I grew up without a father. I feel like I'm doing fine. I'm doing great. I'm in college. Like why are we so towards the father? Why does he need to be there so much?
So just looking at, try to answer my question for me. Do you think what kind of is there any time, and you're being very vulnerable and I appreciate that, when you were growing up, and maybe not, where you said, I wish I had a dad around?
My mom says I did wish for that once at a wishing well. But my mom was great. She supported me, provided me.
No, I'm not. It's not a knock on single moms.
Right.
But was there ever a time maybe where a more masculine figure would have been helpful?
I can't really, not off the top of my head.
Okay.
Like what? Can you give me an example of when a masculine figure would be helpful in my life?
A boyfriend might have broke up with you, and you didn't want to talk to your mom because she just didn't get it, and you wanted a strong, stable man to say you're beautiful. If my father was like, you're beautiful, that'd be cool. But like, if my mom was also like, you're beautiful, I don't really see a difference between like my mom saying it and my father saying it. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I don't see the world that way. Because there's being a father to a daughter, there's a very unique bond between a father and a daughter where it's you kind of, you fall in love again, but not romantic love. You fall in a different type of Greek love, which is called storge, which is a father-daughter love, where you have such affection for this incredible being. And your task is to shepherd that vulnerable, innocent girl through life all the way up until the marriage aisle to kind of connect the two topics together, right?
Wow.
Where then you hand it off to another man. Because women are worthy of protection.
So you're saying,
hold on, I'll let her. I don't know why she has issue with that. Just listening to that gets me emotional. I have two daughters, and I would never trade that to be, what is it called? A girl dad. And everything Charlie just said is 100% true. And as a man, as a father of two girls, and you watch them grow, like when they're little, it changes you. It changes you knowing these two little girls, they look up to you so much, and they need you so much in different ways in different stages of their life. But you feel this immense responsibility to protect them from the world and from men. And your job is to prepare them for the future partner that they're going to marry someday. And it's sad that you are raising them to live without you, and to be successful. And the way that you love their mom and serve their mom is an example of the kind of man that they will look for one day. And I agree 100% with Charlie. Yeah. Let me play this real quick. I thought this was really cute, but I got to turn off the volume. This is Charlie and Gigi. It's got music playing, but I can't play the music, right? Yeah, but Charlie was fake. So that's supposedly some actor. That's not really his daughter. That's so I just can't. It's so cute how my little girls used to run like that. It's so precious,
To save the country.
Oh, let me go back here.
Like there has to be a man in the woman's life. The woman can't be like alone.
No, there are exceptions, but it is a beautiful ideal. And when that ideal falls apart, now let's talk about the technical side. In the Black community, when fathers are no longer around, crime goes up, poverty goes up, because you'll understand this less. And a man in the audience who grew up without a father will totally get this. If it's just a mom in the house, the dad should come in and discipline the 14-year-old for acting like a brat. The dad comes in and he says, stop doing this. Yeah. You need to be able to outrank the 14-year-old brat with another masculine figure.
But don't you think that like there's a reason that a lot of the Black community doesn't have a father, and it's because of systemic racism. It's because like Black men are more likely to be in prison.
Oh yeah, so why do people go to prison?
For like a lot of the time it's because they're in poverty and they have no other way to get.
Okay, so they commit crimes.
Because
Yeah, but so wait. So wait.
Why do they?
So wait.
It's not okay to commit crime just because you're poor.
Commit crimes.
So in poverty, we should give excuses for committing crime?
Yes, because if they have no
like murder?
I did not say murder. I said like.
So where do you draw the line?
I'm saying like if someone is stealing something because they have no money and there's no job.
That's so interesting. So you think most crimes are crimes of necessity in the Black community?
I'm not saying most.
So like gangbanging is like a crime of necessity?
That I literally never said that. I'm saying,
but you're making an argument of crimes of necessity. Like they're so hungry they can't handle it.
I'm talking about like crime that has to do with like getting food, getting stuff that you need to live.
That's not what happens.
But we have food stamps for anyone that needs it, so that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
We have subsidized housing for anyone that needs it.
Yeah.
So that doesn't exist. We have free healthcare for any poor person that wants it, called Medicaid. That doesn't exist.
Yeah.
We also have welfare cash for anyone that wants it. That doesn't exist. So what is it they're missing that they need to go? Sorry about that.
Well, the food, like a lot of food stamps might not cover all of what they need, and also housing is like there's not unlimited housing. A lot of people who are unhoused have to like go to shelters, and then they get kicked out of shelters because there's a mandatory stay limit. So it's not like you just get a house.
It's not a stuff thing though, right? It's like if you need stuff, there's also tons of charities out there that can provide assistance. Churches, you will not go hungry in this country. You will not starve in this country.
Yes, you will. There's
no, we have an obesity problem.
Street?
We have an obesity problem, not a starvation problem in this country.
What are you talking about?
In State Street, if any one of those people went to the local Episcopalian church or Methodist church, they will get fed.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Let me hop back over here and make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, I'm still caught up. Let's see. I had more timestamps on this one. Yeah, let me hop down to this one at 1:26:05. Hold on, it's taking me a second to get to there. There we go. All right. Let me make sure it's on the screen. Okay, it is.
Brought on by these experiences.
I share that anger. And so I'm not saying it's perfect or biblical, but Try not to generalize as a group. Try to instead find worldview, but also it is what you see. And when they go after your children, that leaves a mark on you as a father. And mass Muslim immigration has destroyed Europe, period. And can you attest to that? Can you put the mic up to his face really quick?
It's that's why we're back here now. In a matter of 2 years, it went from a safe place that we could walk down the street.
Stockholm or where?
We were actually in Finland. We visited Stockholm, and it looks like
Helsinki.
Mogadishu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Helsinki?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Stockholm is little Mogadishu. That's right.
It's just not safe. It's worse than you think.
I try to tell people, and it's coming here next, and people say it doesn't affect you. Mass Muslim immigration will be the death of the United States of America. Best piece of advice I have for you, live in a place where that's not present. Do everything you can to fight it, to not have it come to your community. Be Christ-like in all things, but your obligation, above being polite, is protecting those children of yours. So God bless you. Thank you so much.
Protecting the children. Well, it also what that also kind of pointed to is one of the things that like Frank and who else said that? Frank and I think James Cadiz maybe said it too, that one of the things that Charlie was most concerned with, well, they phrased it as radical Islamic terrorism, but it seems like actually he was concerned about mass forced Muslim immigration. That's what he was concerned about, and this was this was in 2025. This Freedom Night speech. Let's see. Oh, let's go to the FBI one. Let's see what he says about that. 106. Let me start like right. I never want to cut it off. Is that 104? All right, let's see.
Adri, she says, how can we combat the drug crisis in Albuquerque?
My view on drugs is that we must have far less compassion for drug dealers and lock them up for long, long, long periods of time. Drug users, we should have compassion, but that does not mean they could do it out in the open, and that does not mean we will ever give them a needle to allow them to continue their addiction, period. Yeah. Compassion is treatment, and treatment is a tapering off of the addiction you're on. The brainiacs in Santa Fe, I'm sure, are doing, subsidized tapering. Here's a little, here's some drugs, here's some Narcan. That is wrong. And finally, look, I think that we need to have, I think you guys need more police on your streets. And it's the little things. If you put up with a broken window, you're going to put up with a drug dealer on the side of your street. Clean up your streets. No more homeless. You crack down on carjackings. You would be shocked at the connective tissue. How many people are carjacking in cars are also connected to the drug trade. You have no tolerance for the small crime. You'll have no tolerance for the big crime. Steve.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly that
I thought it was 106. It is 106. All right. 106.
Every single person in this audience that calls New Mexico home has lost a friend, a family member, or a neighbor to the malevolent actions of the Sinaloa drug cartel. This is not an attack on the Mexican people, many of whom are wonderful and religious and Christian. This is an attack on a foreign terrorist organization that is manufacturing fentanyl and drugs and sometimes trafficking people into our communities, and that cartel needs to be wiped off the face of the earth once and for all. Thank you.
Here we go. I'm Bella, and I want to go to the Coast Guard and be an FBI agent. I want your advice, and I just want you to remember me.
How old are you?
11.
11.
Wow. You said you want to go in the Coast Guard and be an FBI agent.
Yes.
Wow.
I want to serve
I
a
love
little
that.
bit longer to be a veteran and then retire from the Coast Guard and then go to the FBI or
Need
something.
more patriots like you. I love that. That's terrific.
11.
She's 11.
I got two quick pieces of advice because I want to keep on working through the line. Know as much as you can about the country that you want to put your life on the line for. Study American history. The more you know about America, the more you're going to be willing to risk for it. Number two, which is be a lifelong learner. Just be a lifelong learner. That will help you. And I hope you get into the Coast Guard Academy. And if you ever have a problem, just shoot me an email.
That's interesting. He didn't say anything about the FBI. And he told her, he didn't even, get into the Coast Guard, serve your country, right? Defend the country. But he doesn't view the FBI in the same way. And this is towards the end when the FBI wasn't releasing Jeffy files. He completely didn't tell her, like, hope you get in the FBI. Yes, do the FBI. He was like, I hope you get in the Coast Guard. But he also was like, you need to learn about the country you want to serve. I don't know. That seems to point to, like, hey, learn a bit more about the history of the FBI and what they've done and what they're doing. You might not want to do the FBI. Yeah. It seems like that was his way of being kind and being like, don't do the FBI. Right? Yeah. Very telling. I agree. Let's go back here for a second. And then I'll make sure I got all the super chats and we're good.
Guarantee it. If they go to a local food shelter, they will get fed.
But I'm talking, housing.
For housing. If we have Section 8 subsidized housing in this country, right? If you want to have a roof over your head, you can have a roof over your head.
With like thousands of rules and you can't do
Of course, yes. I mean, it's not ideal, but the point is this. So let's just go back to the crime and necessity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why do people commit crimes?
I'm not saying why all people commit crimes. I'm saying there are people who commit crimes because they have no other choice.
Got it. So why is it that other people that are as poor as they are in separate racial groups don't commit crimes at the same rates? For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit over 50% of the crimes. Why is that?
Black people, I would say, not blacks.
Okay,
but,
it's not. I could say whites and you wouldn't care.
So anyway,
now, hold on. I right? I can say Hispanics, you wouldn't care. So don't police my language.
But whatever.
No.
I'm not policing your language. I'm just saying I would say black
fair
people.
enough. But the insinuation is that I'm being racist. But that's fine.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Yeah, but so Black Americans are 13% of the population and commit anywhere between 50 to 56% of murders, crimes, carjackings. Why is that?
Well, what?
Oh, man. All right, guys. This is a long one today. I apologize if it went longer than anyone was hoping or expected. Let me make sure. Only plays. Okay. All right. I did get to everything. If you guys haven't done so already, please do me a favor and hit the like and the subscribe. I appreciate it. And then if you guys want to donate to the channel or support the channel, you can do so here at the Black Line Brief Venmo. You just scan the QR code and donate that way, or you could do it through buymeacoffee.com/the Black Line Brief. Just when you do so, just write a little note or memo what you would like your support or donation to go to, and then I make sure that it does. Also, after the video posts, if you just would throw a comment in and be like, hey, great video, keep it up. It helps the algorithm, okay? Which helps the video and the channel get to new people. And you can also hype it for free. So those are things you could do for free. Hit the like and subscribe, write a comment, and hype the video. Those are 4 ways to help support for free. And all those are the best ways to help and support. So I appreciate that. Let's see. Yeah. Great work tonight. First timer here. Loved it. Thank you, Think Tank. Glad you're here. Happy you joined the Black Line Brief crew. I'm tired. Holy smokes. All right. Thank you guys so much for another great episode. I hope you guys have a great night. Happy Father's Day to everyone and happy Sunday. Love you guys. Thank you, Dulcinea. Thank you, everyone that was here. Jim Carey, all the mods that were here, and everyone that joined. God bless you guys. Have a great night. I'll see you guys tomorrow.